Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Flip That Show. It's your host with the most, King Truth, host Burger Baby Bubba, the want the word, the want the flow. And we coming at you live, man, at 5:02, and we got some content for you. So, this is some content I was supposed to drop last night. I did slack off and put the seat my bad, and I know I ain't gonna do that again where it just is on a blank screen after the Megan Thee Stallion and Tory video, man. I won't let that. I definitely won't let that happen again. But rest assured, I'm gonna put this content out real quick. And let's see. We're gonna start with this one. It's gonna be the NBA young boy pardoned by Donald Trump. And let's go.
Trying to block it, had to throw the hate up. I ain't never folded. Had to wipe a nigga nose.
Y'all seen what happened, bro. If y'all didn't see it already,
Appreciate everybody liking, comment, subscribing, hitting the notification bell. Something like that's already. Throw it 2 minutes in the air, man. Just like, comment, subscribe, share. I will be back. And yeah, man, y'all enjoy the content.
I don't know what to tell y'all, but that boy YB officially got pardoned by the one and only Donald Trump. Crazy work. Now, I want y'all to look at this damn list of people that so happen to get pardoned. Look at this list, all right? This list consists of somebody who go by the name of John G. Rowland. I don't know who that is. Kentrell Golden, young boy. We all know who that is. Michael Grimm from NY Rep. Don't know who that is, but obviously, they got this whole dispute going on where high-ranking government people are going after, the other group of people. You feel me? So this big battle between Democrats and Republicans, it done got so crazy that it made it to the House of Senate. Like the House of Senate looking like these boys got ops in there. You feel me? These boys getting each other locked up. So I guess Trump is doing what he said he was gonna do by freeing a lot of people who he believed were peaceful protesters, right? So I guess that probably who a couple of these people is when I see Rep. I don't know. I'm not too sure. We got Kevin, Eric. We got Mark C. We got Todd. Don't know you, my brother. We got Tanner Manziel. The people that been commuted is Micah Harris and Larry Hoover. I don't know if y'all know who Larry Hoover is, but if you don't, let me give you a little rundown. They think I'm Big Meats, Larry Hoover. Whipping work, hallelujah. One nation under God. Real needs get money from the damn start. Now, I don't know if y'all get what I'm saying when I say that. Obviously, Larry Hoover was a iconic gang legend, street legend, / drug dealer. Now, me, bro, I'm going to keep it all the way a buck. You feel me? And who the hell named they self Black got his kitten? That's crazy work. I don't even be getting no kitty. And somebody named Black got it. Okay, that's crazy. Hold up. You threw me off with that one though. But now I know it's a lot of people that's happy as hell. People like Larry Hoover has been commuted. People like YoungBoy has been commuted. And just a lot of other people. Now, I don't know if this is what needs to be done and what's best for the United States, or is this some sort of tactic to keep, the community messing with you. And when I say the community, I mean the Black community. Like, cause fam, I just seen a nigga crying because Larry Hoover was commuted. Hold up. Oh, Larry Hoover, he free. Look at Boogie in his nose looking crazy here. Look. Tell him, bro. Who free, bro? My motherfucking chief free. Who? Larry Hoover, he free, bro. Yes, sir. No. Tell him, bro. Who free, bro? Nah, bro. The way you crying, fam, you would assume Larry Hoover finna come home and bless you, my boy. My boy got boogers in his nose and everything. About this. He free. Who? Larry Hoover, he free, bro. Nah, that's crazy word, fam. You ain't even cry that hard when your uncle got released. That's crazy. You ain't even cry that hard when your daddy got released. That's crazy. You ain't never cried that hard probably in your life before. But brother crying, booger in his nose, everything for Larry Hoover. Let me get some claps in the chat. Let me get some claps. Good dude. That's a good dude. That's a good dude. You feel me? The way my boy crying, you would think Larry Hoover ended hunger around that bit. You would think Larry Hoover donated shoes, clothes, food to the community, which he probably did. The position he was in, he probably did, but he also did deliver a lot of other stuff to the community as well. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying that to say this, like, a couple of these folks being commuted, is this really a good thing? Is this a start of something bad? Even YoungBoy, bro. I'm gonna keep it a buck with y'all. YoungBoy, I feel like bruh's smart. He's a smart individual. Like, he know how to get that bag. He know how to secure that bag, and he know how to keep securing some more bags. But one thing I realized by YoungBoy, when he has no restrictions, fam go to tweaking probably a little bit. Now, I could be wrong in this situation, right? Because YoungBoy look like he did a lot of growing up. So I ain't gonna count YoungBoy out. And Black got his kitten. You talking about meow. You better be a baddie. You feel me? Like, you better be a baddie, and you better not be on here trolling. You naming yourself Black got his kitten, you over here talking about meow. Rough, nigga. Nah, but like I was saying, man, YoungBoy being free. And when I say bro is free, like, he is completely free to the point where he probably ain't got to check in with nobody. He ain't on house arrest, no more ankle monitors, no more nothing. As much as a YB supporter, I like that. I love that. I probably gonna hear a lot more bangers. I probably gonna hear a lot more this and that. But you know what I am gonna be, fam? I'm gonna be pissed. You got off of house arrest and all that to drop less music. Hopefully my boy ain't getting so damn rich he get too damn comfortable. You feel me? Because when he was on house arrest, I got to see a music video damn near every other day. He was either in his garage, under his bed, in his closet, in the bathroom, in the attic. Then he shot a video in every corner in his crib. But bro was consistent and going crazy. Right now, I hope he don't get his head wrapped up all into the beef. You feel me? And everything else that's going on, because we already know once YB get in that mode, bro, he's stuck in that mode. You feel me? We gonna see YB hopping out the whip with the stick, all type of stuff, drawing tattoos and the dents on his forehead, you know, doing all type of extracurricular activities that may, you know, put him in a crazy spot. So as much as everybody look at this as a beautiful, wonderful thing, I think it's something we should all be kind of thinking about too. Like, hold up, bro. Hopefully that boy don't go out here and go to smacking something. I'm hoping he just becomes a complete family man and things of that nature. But from the last live video we seen, yeah, bro down there finna be in that mode. But we'll see how it turns out, man. I'm not always right. I'm only right like 98% of the time, bro. Yep, YB is fully free, guys. Y'all let me know how y'all feel. Y'all let me know if that may be sketchy, bro. Will YB turn to a crash out, or will he stay consistent and this actually be a good thing for him?
Bring my bread right now. Bring my money, nigga. Bring my bread right now.
Yo, this is Lee Laurent, and as always, I'm here rocking with all Urban Central. And you guys can say what you want about Donald Trump, our president of the United States, but he's not all bad. Seems like the hip-hop community, as well as many other people online, are rejoicing Donald Trump's pardoning spree that he has going on right now. He's pardoning a bunch of people, and one of the many names of people that he has pardoned is going to be our favorite rapper, NBA YoungBoy. It appears that Kentrell Golden, aka NBA YoungBoy, has went online and announced the official news as of Wednesday, today, that he has been pardoned by President Trump. This is obviously a win for the young rapper NBA, as he was doing federal time for multiple charges. So we're going to get into all the charges, but first we're going to get into the public statement that he penned on his Instagram social media account, thanking Donald Trump for the pardon. Personally, Directly after receiving the news that Donald Trump has pardoned him, Kentrell, aka NBA Youngboy, took to his Instagram to send a sincere thank you. He says, "I want to thank President Trump for granting me a pardon and giving me the opportunity to keep building as a man, as a father, and as an artist. This moment means a lot. It opens the door to a future I worked hard for, and I'm fully prepared to step into this. Big thanks to the pardon, Miss Elise Mark Johnson, for fighting for second chances for so many people, and to my lawyer, Brittany Kay, for long in my corner and all your hard work to make this possible. And thank you everyone who believed in me. I am grateful, I am focused, and I am ready. And it's sincerely Kentrell." And despite all of NBA Youngboy's criminal history and past, NBA Youngboy is arguably one of the biggest artists of today's time, garnering the support of many big artists as well, such as Nicki Minaj.
Run me $1 million, society raps.
Cross young boy, then you cross the queen.
And even artists such as Quando Rondo. NBA Youngboy has even hit the milestone of being the youngest artist to have the most Billboard entries, with over 100 plus entries of chart-topping hits that have landed on the Billboard, including multiple top 10 entries, including songs such as Bandit featuring Juice WRLD. And not to mention, he does hold the title among rappers of having the most platinum certified albums since the year 2015 until today, in the year of 2025. NBA Youngboy is arguably one of the most successful rappers of our time. And most people are asking, then why does he keep dealing with legal issues? And the answer in short is that he's actually living the raps that he writes.
Louisiana-based rapper NBA Youngboy has been arrested in northern Utah. The rapper, whose real name is Kentrell Deshaun Galden, was under house arrest as he awaited trial on federal gun charges. Several agencies, including the FBI and Secret Service, executed a search warrant yesterday morning. He is charged, or is facing, 63 charges for his alleged involvement in a large-scale prescription fraud ring. He's being held in the Cache County Jail without bail.
And NBA was definitely hit with multiple charges. However, according to US Today, rapper NBA Youngboy had pleaded guilty to being involved in a Utah pharmacy drug ring, and the 25-year-old rapper Kentrell Galden pleaded guilty to 4 counts felony of identity fraud and felony forgery, reduced to Class A misdemeanors, and 6 counts of misdemeanor unlawful pharmacy conduct. And they was definitely trying to jam NBA up because he did plead no contest to the remaining charges of identity fraud and pharmacy fraud and forgery. And I'm wondering if they tried to charge him per prescription. Like if the prescription was under a certain name and it was like 60 people, is each box or each prescription one separate felony charge? So we're pulling up the article where it talks about how NBA Youngboy pleaded guilty in the prescription drug fraud ring back in Utah. Obviously, this is the reports in the article that we got the information originally. But if I'm being honest, NBA has so many charges in so many different states, in so many different cases, that it's kind of hard to keep up. I mean, even the Logan District Judge, Spencer Walls, suspended the rapper's prison sentence in light of a separate Utah case where he's anticipated to receive a sentence of 27 months in federal prison. So it seems like even the judge is like, listen, you already got this case. I'm not trying to, it's just too much. And I don't know about you guys, but it seems like NBA Youngboy has been on house arrest forever. It has gotten to the point that NBA Youngboy's entire career and image has been aligned with house arrest, serving time, probation, or literally getting arrested in real time, which has only hindered the production of his music career. And if it wasn't for Donald Trump and his recent events in which he has pardoned many people, such as Larry Hoover and Kentrell, aka NBA Youngboy. But let's not forget that he also pardoned Lil Wayne and Kodak Black. And I do believe a lot of these pardons have been enabled by Donald Trump newly appointed 69-year-old pardoned Caesar, Alice Mary Johnson. Miss Johnson is an American criminal reform advocate and also a former federal prisoner as well. Miss Marie Johnson was convicted in 1996 and sentenced to a life imprisonment due to her involvement in a Memphis cocaine trafficking organization. But believe it or not, due to the help of Kim Kardashian and Jared Kushner, and of course the president who provided clemency, not only was Miss Johnson provided freedom, but an opportunity to help give other Americans a second chance. You can now catch Pardon Caesar, Miss Alice Marie Johnson, side by side with Donald Trump in the White House, helping fight criminal justice reform and get pardons and clemency for other people. And I'm not trying to say I'm a Trump supporter, so say what you will about Donald Trump and his criminal past. However, it seems like he only uses personal experiences to reform the criminal justice system in America. And with providing Ms. Johnson a second chance and then appointing her to the Pardon Caesar, and obviously providing so many pardons and clemency to prominent Black people, he doesn't appear to be racist to me. And obviously with so many presidential pardons practically being handed out, conversations circulating online on when Tory Lanez will also receive a pardon by Trump as well. But anyway, back to NBA YoungBoy. We're extremely excited to see that he was pardoned, especially since here at All Urban Central, we have a special relationship with NBA YoungBoy, as he did give us our viral interview in which he asked to take one of our reporters on a date.
Excited to play?
I don't know how to play.
You don't know how to play, so you just gonna be bench warming?
Yep.
With a mouthful of ice, though.
Yeah.
Would you play with your ice if they called you in the game?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I see yesterday that you only follow 5 people. Why do you only follow 5 people?
I don't like to see a lot of internet stuff.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you. You're very handsome in person. What's your favorite feature about yourself? You're handsome online as well, but like this is my first time seeing you.
You want to let me take you on a date?
You want to take me on a date?
Yeah.
You can take me on a date. How old are you?
22.
Really though, how old are you? Are you really 22?
I'm 18.
I have a feeling we can go wherever we want to go, even with you being 18.
For sure.
Okay. All right, well, I'll hold you to it.
Bet.
Obviously, we're super excited to see NBA YoungBoy put foot to gas as promised. We highly anticipate new music, new projects, and obviously new visuals to accompany them. And of course, breaking new records. This newfound freedom, we can only expect a bunch of new opportunities. But as always, we have to ask, what do you guys think?
Well, folks, today Donald Trump issued more pardons, this time for a couple of notable African Americans. One of them is rapper NBA YoungBoy. He also issued his own statement, and he dropped this here. I want to thank President Trump for granting me a pardon and giving me the opportunity to keep building as a man, as a father, and as an artist. This moment means a lot. It opens the door to a future I've worked hard for. I'm fully prepared to step into this. Big thanks to the pardon czar, Miss Alice Marie Johnson, for fighting for second chances for so many people, and to my lawyer, and to Brittany K. Barnett for being in my corner, and all your hard work to make this possible. And thank you to everyone who believed in me. I'm grateful, I'm focused, I'm ready. Kentrell. Now, again, this is related to his previous convictions as a result. And he also, of course, is in the middle of going on tour. He faced a variety of legal issues, including gun possession charges. That was one of the things that the Baton Rouge rapper was facing. Now, let's now talk about Larry Hoover. Now, Larry Hoover, well-known Chicago gangster, led the Gangster Disciples, also a drug kingpin. This is the Chicago Sun-Times. It's on their front page. President Trump commutes drug kingpin Larry Hoover's federal prison sentence. Hoover and David Barksdale created the Gangster Disciples in the late 1960s, ruling as King Larry and King David until Barksdale was killed in 1974. for. Now, the White House didn't explain why he was granted the commutation. He said, but the story says, but Hoover attorney Justin Moore said Trump commuted Hoover's sentence to time served. He still faces essentially life in prison on a state murder conviction. And then Justin Moore says, we did what so many said was impossible. We got Larry Hoover out of federal prison. Now, as the story notes, Hoover still has a state court murder sentence to serve, and Illinois prison officials have previously said he'd likely serve it in the federal system. And then it says right here, the news comes 8 months after U.S. District Judge John Blakey heard a mercy bid from Hoover. The judge challenged Hoover's attorneys during that hearing, asking how many murders is he responsible for. Hoover's lawyers ultimately responded by asking the judge to disqualify himself from the case. Blakely hasn't ruled in the months since. So the story says Hoover was convicted of murder after a trial in December 1973, and a judge sentenced him to 150 to 200 years in state prison. It said that didn't stop Hoover from running the gang, though. Hoover was charged in federal court with 40 crimes, including engaging in a continuing criminal enterprise. He was found guilty on May 9th, 1997. The late U.S. District Judge Harry Lineweber handed down Hoover's life sentence in 1998, telling him he had misused a gift from God. And again, so what you have here is Trump doing this. Now, what many people suspect is that here you have Trump trying to appeal to black male voters with these pardons. We saw him do this before with other rappers as well. And then now remember, you had some rappers who won a campaign trail for him, and one of them was later indicted for murder after the fact. And remember that crazy deranged moment when Kanye was in the Oval Office, and then he was pleading for Trump to pardon Larry Hoover. Y'all remember this here?
9 million surrounding suburbs where we can create some factories. Now, I think it'd be cool for them to be Trump factories because he's a master of industry. He's a builder. And I think it'd be cool to have Yeezy ideation centers, which would be a mix of education that empowers people and gives them modern information. Like sometimes people say, this kid has ADD, this kid has ADD. You don't have ADD, school is boring. It was boring, it's not as exciting as this. We have to make it more exciting. We have to mix curriculums. You play basketball while you're doing math. You learn about music while you meditate in the morning. We have to instate mental health and art programs back into the city. So those are, and also Larry Hoover is an example of a man that was turning his life around. And as soon as he tried to turn his life around, they hit him with 6 life sentences. So I believe you say don't tear down the statues. Larry Hoover is a living statue. He's a beacon for us that needs to see his family, that needs to go out and represent. When you have a block leader on every single block, they can own the block as their own. That's something I learned from Jim Brown from AmeriCAN. We need to put curriculums from people who really came from the streets, not people who are just trying to set us up to go into a work system or prison system that applies to what people are really going through, which Jim Brown has created.
What about gun violence with all the debate about the Second Amendment going on?
The problem is illegal guns. Illegal guns is the problem, not legal guns. We have 7
So
million.
that was Kanye and all of his ranting. Now, Chris Toller, we've seen Chris Toller on our show many times, and with the Black Voter Project, and he posted a series of tweets, and I think he's also on the money. So this was a tweet right here. The neighborhood publicist said he's going after a certain demo hard, and I fear it may work really well. Chris goes, this is my worry too, and not so much that he will win over a ton of new voters from this, but it will make it more difficult to convince certain people it's worth their time and energy to go out and vote against him or his party in the future. Now, that was one of the tweets that Chris had posted. And then this is what he also said. He said, this is exactly how the far right plays right into the misinfo machine, something that was very effective creating apathy among black men in 2024. Unless JB, that's the governor of Illinois, commutes his state sentence, Hoover isn't set free, but the media narrative is all about Trump's move to free a black man. Here's the reality. here, and I'll start with you, Candace. Let's just understand politics. And there were people who were calling for Obama to commute Larry Hoover's federal sentence. There were people who were calling for Biden to do it as well. And the reality is, if either one of them had commuted the federal sentence of Larry Hoover, Fox News, Conservative Talk Radio, Steve Bannon, all the blogs, Obama, Biden let out thug drug kingpin murdering Larry Hoover. Those would be the headlines.
They would. But as you mentioned, what he did was really inconsequential. Why? Because he still has state charges, and that's what he's going to be serving. What he knows how to do is marketing. And, you know, I was sitting in this spillover room in court the other day. So that's where the public is. You don't go into the main room, but you can see the Sean Combs case. So there were about 40 people who were there from the public. A lot of them, by the way, were tourists. They made this as a stop for them. After they saw the Statue of Liberty, they would come there to the Sean Combs trial. But the people who I spoke to, a lot of Black men who are probably the demographic that he's speaking to, they didn't even believe the Cassie tape. They just believed, let Sean Combs go. Let all the rappers go. Let all the Black men go. I mean, that was their mentality. So for him to make a move like this, it translates into a lot, but it also translates into nothing because he's still behind bars. Now, the fact that he was pardoned as opposed to commuted, that's a big deal. When you're pardoned, you know, everything's a clean slate. When you're commuted, your sentence is decreased. Larry was pardoned. That speaks.
Well, again, the story. So the problem, the White House hasn't talked about it. So, once they say that he commuted his life sentence. That's what the Chicago Sun-Times story. But the White House hasn't talked about anything, so they haven't explained. And they did it before, where they don't explain commutation or pardon.
Oh, okay, all right. So
So according to Justin Moore, his attorney said Trump commuted Hoover's sentence to time served. He still faces essentially life in prison on a state murder conviction. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, and all of that ends up with the same result. He's still behind bars, and that makes everybody happy. It's the most exquisite plan that he gets credit to release somebody or commute their sentence, but Larry's going nowhere. It's just marketing, and I think that he is going to get a lot. Listen, this is the man he's going to be in some more rap videos. Well, I wouldn't put it past Trump to be in some rap videos. That's just the 8th grader in him who wants to be popular. And he was popular with rap artists back in the day and popular with some of them now. But he's making sure that, again, I just see an 8th grade guy when I think about how he functions and wants to interact with people. And he's trying to work on being that popular guy, and he gained some points here.
Is this also, Rebecca, about appealing to the people who don't pay attention to the news and, oh my God, Trump pardoned Larry Hoover, and we know his name has been in numerous records. Rick Ross has shouted him out, and so many others. Your thoughts on this?
It meets Larry Hoover, one nation under God getting money. Yeah, like, look, I think for a lot of people, Larry Hoover is more of a pop icon. I think of some of the people who were connected in Chicago with who he is, who he was, who he has been. I think some of those people aren't as active on social media right now. But you know, to your point, this is a pop icon. His name is his folklore, stories about him is a narration that's in a lot of hip hop. What I find fascinating about this latest set of commutations / pardons, but we really don't know what it is. The White House hasn't really told us which one it is the fact that NBA YoungBoy got more out of Trump than Tim Scott. If I was Tim Scott, I would feel really bad. I did all that shucking and jiving over the last few years, and I got nothing. But NBA YoungBoy got something from Trump. The other point I want to make is Black men aren't dumb. And I think Black men are tired of performative politics, whether or not it's Democrats pandering to Black men or it's Republicans pandering to Black men. I think to the greater point, and this is something that Candace mentioned earlier about the 90 million voters who just don't show up. I think that 90 million is going to be more impressed by this than folks who are expected to turn out to vote in 2026 and 2028. But what I find interesting in the pivot towards Black men is with that crypto party that happened last week, one of the people that was there was Lamar Odom. Now, I mean, I'm not exactly going to count Lamar Odom's pockets. I don't think he has $1 million or $5 million to invest in crypto. But, you know, I've heard some reports that he was paid to be there. He got an appearance fee because there still is that perception of Donald Trump wants Black men to see Black men around him. That's the part that I find a little bit more interesting than Larry Hoover.
Derek?
You know, I definitely agree with Rebecca and Candace. The 2 points I would add is this. We're at a point of no return. There was a time how we viewed in our society from a democratic standpoint about how the pardoning and the commuting should be done. It was a process, a very rigorous process. But now, since day one, when he let go 1,500 individuals, it was his way of thumbing the nose at a justice system that was coming after him fast and furious. I mean, this man was threatening to see himself dying in prison. He thought he was going to end up like Bernie Madoff, right? Dying in prison. And so he threw everything but the kitchen sink to run and to become president. And so now that he is in that seat, Roland, we're at a point of no return. He's saying, you know what? I'm so transactional. The hell with the rule of law. The hell with justice. I don't care what the perception may be. And so the reason why I think we're at a point of no return, because the future president's going to have to deal with this. You're going to have to deal with a public to say, hey, the other guy had a disregard of due process. The other guy didn't have a problem with accountability. The other guy devalued punishment. The other guy dealt with cynicism. The other guy had to do. And so now what happens when the Oval Office become transactional for both parties?
Okay. So I want to unpack that. And I need people to listen to me very clearly. I need people to listen to me very clearly. Even when Obama was there, one of the critiques that I had is that I felt that President Obama played it too safe. And what I often argue is that the presidency holds tremendous power. And what we've had are individuals who know about the power, but have been unwilling to maximize the power. And there have been instances where I believe that it was too safe. Take these pardons. Derek is right. This whole idea of a process. I can tell you, up until I visited the White House Friday before the inauguration, and there were battles going on inside of the White House regarding pardons. Pardons for former Congressman Jesse Jackson Jr., pardons for former Congressman Jefferson out of New Orleans, pardon for Marilyn Mosby. I was told that Biden drew a red line for what he deemed public official corruption. That was his red line. That's why he issued those pardons. I disagree with him, especially on Marilyn Mosby. That pardon should have been granted. I thought it was BS that she was convicted for using her own money. But I believe the problem, and I said this earlier, and I wasn't joking when I said that Democrats play too nice. They it's like what's artificial. 2010, I was fed up watching how Obama was responding to Republicans and even some Democrats. This is what I wrote for CNN.com. Anthony, go to my iPad. Time for Obama to go gangster on GOP. And this is what I said. Civil rights activist Fannie Hamer made famous the phrase, "I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired." For me, I'm sick and tired of Democrats having power and being unwilling to use it. I've always respected Republicans when they had power because they were willing to use it and maybe apologize later. I then talked about Obama watching Republicans block many of his appointments, and now he says he made it clear to them that he will, quote, consider, unquote, making some when the U.S. Senate goes into recess. Quote, one senator, as you are all aware, had put a hold on every single nominee that we had put forward due to a dispute over a couple of earmarks in his state. In our meeting, I asked the congressional leadership to put a stop to these holes in which nominees for critical jobs are denied a vote for months. Surely we can set aside partisanship and do what's traditionally been done to confirm these nominations. If the Senate does not act, and I made this very clear, if the Senate does not act to confirm these nominees, I will consider making several recess appointments during the upcoming recess because we can't afford to allow politics to stand in the way of a well-functioning government. I write, this is where the president needs to show his toughness and just do it. Forget threats. The actions of Senator Richard Shelby and other Republican obstructionists will continue if President Obama allows them to run roughshod over him. When you're the top dog, you do what you have to do to govern. Allowing Republican senators to continue to deny your appointments is nonsense. If all of them choose to support a filibuster, then you take it to the American people and show the obstructionists for what they are. You get your grassroots movement fired up to stand up and do something. The political right used its base to go after Democrats who blocked appointments to the federal bench and other positions. Why not be just as aggressive? And if there are members of your own party who stand in the way, such as Senator Ben Nelson, then you also blast them and make them pay for acting so foolishly. This president got rolled by the Senate over health care. His team made some boneheaded mistakes, and now they are paying for them. Continuing to play footsie with opponents will only get him into more trouble. He should set a deadline to have his folks confirmed. If not, appoint them all during the recess and go on about your business. Obama's critics keep blasting him for Chicago-style politics. So fine, channel your inner Al Capone and go gangster against your foes. Let them know that if they aren't with you, then they are against you and will pay the price. That beautiful big budget bill we're going to talk about in a second, there were some holdouts, some Republicans, hardcore. Trump looked him in the eye and said, get your ass in line and vote for it. They did. It passed. What I'm saying here, Candace, is that I disagree with how Democrats do pardons. We're going to wait till the end of the year. We're going to issue all of them around Christmas like it's a gift. No! The power is literally with the president. The president can issue a pardon or a commutation anytime, any day. Damn it, do it. And let me be real clear. Fuck Fox News. Fuck conservative media. They're going to criticize you anyway. So you do it. And if they say, why don't you do it? Because I'm the president. See, again, this to me is when you play a game with folk and you don't let it be known, I am the president, yo ass deal with it. And if y'all want to swing, let's swing. Recess appointments, hell yeah, do it. I'm not threatening you. The moment y'all hit that damn gavel in recess, appointment. Boom, boom, boom. Don't play games with me. I'm going to do it again. At some point, and here's the other thing, whether they want to own it or not, This is actually one of the reasons why a lot of people didn't vote for them last time, because they are responding to strength. And let me be real clear. Donald Trump is a thug. Donald Trump is a misfit. Donald Trump is a shameful, despicable human being. But what he is doing is maximizing the office of the president to its full potential. I think, frankly, he's breaking the law as well, but the Supreme Court gave him a get out of free jail card. But this is where, if you're Democrats, damn y'all rules. Again, if a Democrat wins in 28, I'm not waiting for that once a year part and stuff. I'm gonna drop it now, move the hell on. But you know what they do? Once a year, and then the media they pick it apart. Republicans criticize, then some Democrat. Look at all the Democrats. Look at all them whiny ass Democrats, Candace, who bitched and moaned because Biden issued preemptive pardons for his family and others. And the fact of the matter is, he was right. This asshole would have investigated every single one of them. They would have ran up multi-million-dollar legal bills. And that's exactly, and that's why Biden did it. And he should have actually done it.
Now, the other thing, when you talk about timing and doing it just at one part of the year, because, you know, it's a gift of some sort, when it's really the right that a president has at all times during his presidency, is that you throw people off. You get these pardons in all throughout the year where a lot of people aren't paying attention because we are trained to look at pardons at a certain part of the year. So again, this is just breaking rules with power that you actually do have. You are right in that the Democrats have to play it a lot differently and exert their power in a different way, to a point, of course, where it's legal. But this is one of those things where you can push the envelope a little bit. And it's something that, listen, he's using effectively and using it as a campaign strategy, right? For someone who's trying to get votes, if he, hopefully in his estimation, runs again. So it's all strategy, it's all marketing. But when it comes to these pardons, it is indeed power that he has that we are so much more tight-fisted with, and it doesn't serve us good.
And Rebecca, remember, President George W. Bush commuted the sentence of Scooter Libby, who unveiled the name of a CIA operative. But remember, people got to remember that Dick Cheney was mad as hell because Bush did not give a full pardon. And people were really upset by that. Libby still had to pay the $250,000 fine, still stay on probation for 2 years. And that's how he did it. Well, guess what? Trump is issuing these pardons, and these people who he letting off, there are fines that have been imposed. They now, I think the number's approaching $100 million, Rebecca, that these people don't even have to pay back. So there were victims a part of these crimes. He's like, nah, y'all got to pay the money back. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We good.
You know, this is, we really got to unpack this because, one, I don't support the criminal legal system that we have in this country. It does not bring justice. It does not rehabilitate people. And I don't think it's working. I think it's failing. But when we're talking about pardons, you know, I would say having arbitrary pardons is also a problem as well. There should be a clear standard of, hey, this is what you do in order to get a pardon. You shouldn't have to know Kim Kardashian. You should not have to know other high profile people in hopes that maybe your name will be whispered somewhere in the White House and maybe perhaps you'll get a pardon. So I don't like how pardons are issued under Democratic presidents. I typically don't like how they're used under Republican presidents either. But what Trump is showing, so for the next future presidents who actually want to do good in this country, the thing that Trump is showing is how you maximize the presidency. Like, it's power. It's not absolute power, but in this world, it's very close to it. There's a lot of transformative change, a lot of positive things that can happen through that White House. And so the next person who gets in that White House, if you actually believe in the power of this country, the power of the people in this country, then use it for good. Don't be feckless. Don't be so caught up into the histrionics of what the opposition party is going to say. Do your thing, because the Supreme Court has already said that you can do so. So we actually need someone in the White House who has that power, who will wield that power, but will wield it in a just way.
And bottom line is, if they gonna criticize you anyway, well, damn it, just roll with it. I just listen. I understand need for a process, but here's a reality. In that, and again, I accept this for what it is. I'm not saying it's great. I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm not saying all of that. But the fact of the matter is this here, is that when it just says right here, Article 2, Section 2, Clause 1, that the president shall be the commander-in-chief of the Army and Navy of the United States and of the militia of the several states. When called into the actual service of the United States, he may require the opinion in writing of the principal officer in each of the executive departments upon any subject relating to the duties of their respective offices, and he shall have power to grant reprieves and pardons for offenses against the United States, except in cases of impeachment. That's all it says. That's all it says. It actually, and I totally understand what Derek says, what Rebecca says, what Candace says. Doesn't call for a process. It literally says the power rests in the hands of this one individual. This one individual can decide for whatever reason they want. In fact, this individual doesn't even have to give a reason. They don't have to issue a press release. And what I am saying is, for Democrats, you need to toughen your ass up and you need to buck up and recognize that when you have the power, you fucking use it, because you're not always going to have it. I say it to people all the time. Obama's only going to be there 8 years, period. Not 9, not 10, not 12, 8. And when I was championing for him to appoint a black woman to the Supreme Court, not that feckless ass Merrick Garland, he had 10 months left. And black organizations, black female organizations, were scared to publicly call for him to do it. And I said, what the hell are y'all doing? The hell with invites to the White House. He is gone in January, but that Supreme Court justice could be there for the next 30, 40, 50 years. But a lot of black folks, no, we don't want to pray. And I'm just telling y'all right now, I've told this story beforehand. They had a Black History Month reception in 2016, and it was the seasoned saints and the young folk. And here we were at the White House at the reception, waiting for folks. The reception started late because the meeting had ran over. Now, I'll never forget, I ran to Wade Henderson. Wade, did anybody in the meeting raise the point about appointing a black woman to the Supreme Court? No. I ran to Melanie Campbell. I ran to Rashard Robinson. And I was like, how in the hell were all of y'all in that meeting and nobody looked that man across the table and said, Mr. President, we stand here right now and we want you to appoint a black woman as Supreme Court justice to replace Antonin Scalia? Well, some of us didn't want to say anything because Loretta Lynch, we hear she's on the short list and she was sitting right next to him. I don't give a shit if she was sitting right next to him. Y'all had an opportunity sitting in front of the President of the United States, and here were all of the young bucks and the OGs, and not one black person had the audacity to bring it up. They were silent. And I just shook my head. I said, I cannot believe y'all did that. And the letter that they had written, the black female groups, they slid it across the table to Valerie Jarrett privately. I said, what the hell are y'all doing? You need noise. So what I am saying It's when you have the power, you use the power. And you use it for good. You don't let off somebody who gave $1 million at a dinner and Donald Trump like, sure, partner her son. But you use it for good. But see, when you try to play it safe, when you, what are going to be the optics? What are they going to say? What's the right going to say? What the left is going to say? You spend too much time giving a damn about what the right and the left is going to say. Then they ask, why'd you do it? Because I'm the fucking president of the United States. That's why. Next.
Hello, I'm Isaac Hayes III, founder and CEO of Fanbase. Listen to what I'm about to tell you. The window to invest in Fanbase is closing. We've raised over $10.6 million of our $17 million goal. That means there's room for less than 6,370 people to invest in Fanbase for the average amount. The minimum to invest in Fanbase right now is $399. That makes you an owner in Fanbase today. Go to startengine.com/fanbase to invest. Why? Because current social apps have taken advantage of users for far too long, with content suppression, shadow banning, harmful racist content, and no real tools for monetization and equity. Fanbase has over 1.4 million users and counting, allowing anyone to reach all their following and monetize their content from day one. Social media is the new TV, and whoever owns the apps that distribute that content have the opportunity to own potential billion-dollar companies. While big platforms with uncertain futures are failing to serve their users, Fanbase is stepping up to fill the gap. Don't wait until it's too late. Invest now, invest for yourself and your future. Go to startengine.com/fanbase and own the next generation of social media.
Pretty insane day from President Trump as he pardoned some widely known gentlemen. Let's start with Larry Hoover Sr. Mr. Hoover's been incarcerated since 1973 when he was sentenced to multiple life sentences. The main reason being for a murder that happened earlier in that year, and then obviously being one of the co-founders of the widely known corporation and gang, the Gangster Disciples. Since then, by the way, Larry has denounced himself from GD and criminal activity of the gang. He's been serving time in the ADX Florence Supermax prison in Colorado, and now he's been pardoned by Donald Trump. So will Larry Hoover, who's now 74 years of age, be released from prison immediately? We don't know yet, because Larry's got an Illinois state penalty that even Donald Trump, the president of our country, can't step in between. So time will tell. But again, Larry has been pardoned on the biggest pieces to his puzzle that has seen him incarcerated for a very long time. His son has been fighting tooth and nail. If you remember, Jay Prince Sr. was somebody fighting tooth and nail to give Larry Hoover another opportunity at this thing. Matter of fact, Jay Prince went online and said, "Thank you to President Trump and the angel from heaven, my sister, for allowing the creator to work through you. We are deeply grateful to the president for doing what no other president would, freeing and pardoning my brother, Larry Hoover. In his own words, never stop switching." And then Kanye West added this piece: "Words can't express my gratitude for our devoted, enduring President Donald Trump for freeing Larry Hoover." Those gentlemen speak as if Larry's coming home really, really soon. Again, time will tell. Just want to add this piece. Remember, Kanye and Drake did that concert in California at the Coliseum back in 2021, the Free Larry Hoover concert. Those funds and proceeds went to Larry and his team. So you can say Kanye and Drake had a hand in this as well. NBA YoungBoy also got a pardon from Donald Trump. YoungBoy recently, as we reported, got released from incarceration, but YoungBoy would have had to deal with some house arrest things, some checking in to different officers as he gets closer and closer to his upcoming tour. Trump wiped everything. YoungBoy's got a clean slate. The weapons, the assault, the drug charges that have kind of centered around YoungBoy's life for a very long time, they're gone. Trump pardoned YoungBoy as well. And YoungBoy said, I want to thank President Trump for granting me a pardon and giving me the opportunity to keep building as a man, as a father, as an artist. This moment means a lot. It opens the door to a future I've worked hard for, and I'm fully prepared to step into this. Big thanks to Pardon Cesar, Miss Alice Marie Johnson for fighting for second chances for so many people. This is a great statement made by Kentrell's representation. We ain't never heard YoungBoy talk like that. But again, a big day for people that obviously for different reasons are widely known in the culture. And also Donald Trump pardoned Jack and Todd Chrisley, the reality television stars over there on the USA Network. And the reason why I bring that up, it's because it speaks to something that I've thought for a very long time. And look, some people ain't gonna like this, but I'm gonna say it anyway. Everybody wants to make President Trump's presidency about race. And if you talk to me behind the scenes, you'll know where I stand with President Trump's presidency. It was never about race. But because a lot of black people happen to be in another class that this presidency is about, we oftentimes get the impact and we blame it on race, right? President Trump's presidency has always been about classism and fame. And unfortunately for most of us, black people, we don't have a lot of money and we're not famous, right? There's only a small few, even though you see all these people that got followers on social media, there are only a small percentage of people that have true fame, notoriety, and money and clout. And President Trump's presidency has centered around that. So when I see things like Larry Hoover, which he spent a lot of time incarcerated, I really rather leave him out of it, but definitely NBA YoungBoy, Kodak Black, Lil Wayne, these are rappers that I love. These are rappers that I grew up listening to. YoungBoy and Kodak, I love listening to currently. I'm in one of YoungBoy's earliest music videos, for sure. Like, my love for YoungBoy in Louisiana runs deep. But if you're asking me, do I think YoungBoy today, he's only been out of jail for a few months, right? Like, you asking me, do I think he deserves to be pardoned? I used to look at pardons as something where the justice system wronged somebody, especially one of us. We get a second chance at life because this justice system wasn't right the first time around. Pardons have now just become something celebrities get. And now they don't sit right with me. It's not a YoungBoy thing or a Kodak thing or Wade thing or Larry Hoover thing. I just thought pardons mean something. And if Donald Trump ain't done nothing else, he has watered down, and Joe Biden, they have both watered down what a pardon used to represent in our country. And, you know, whatever. I mean, look, I ain't famous, I ain't rich, so it bothers me none, but it's just like, dang, like, this has become a clout token. And my guess is we need to find the names of the other people that got pardoned today, because Trump ain't just pardoned these black people for nothing, okay? Something is happening. Somebody else is getting pardoned today. For Larry Hoover, he had multiple life sentences to get a pardon. NBA YoungBoy, there's something happening. And whatever. I mean, whatever. This is whatever. Time, love, and support. Y'all let me know y'all thoughts. Again, anybody that knows me, y'all know anytime something unjust happened to one of us and we get another chance, you know I'm championing that. But this is not about that. This is just who got enough money to get in the good graces of Donald Trump and beg him for a clout token. I don't know, man. I just because it's some rappers that I like, I ain't with all that. Ain't me, dog. Y'all got, there's enough people that'll champion your opinion if that's how you feel. Well, you ain't got to listen to me, but for the ones that get what I'm saying, y'all get it, man. I ain't feeling that, dog. I thought pardons were for real. Cause look, what I want y'all to understand is, and I keep forgetting this guy's name off the top of my head, but I'm gonna find it really, really quick. What's on the radar for the and I never am unprepared like I am right now. I got it right. Allegedly, there's a chance the Trump administration pardons Derek Chauvin, the guy who killed George Floyd, before this year is up, and definitely before his presidency. You see what I'm saying? One day it's Larry Hoover, and then the next day it's Derek Chauvin. Like, we playing dangerous games here, but we can't have these convos and talks unless you're gonna be honest with me now. So Larry Hoover, Larry has admitted he done a lot of harm to the black community. So it's good to pardon Larry Hoover.
But then you're going to complain when George Floyd gets pardoned at the end of the year. Both have been detrimental. One just looks like you and the other doesn't. So I don't want to hear an uproar when this dude pardoned Derek Chauvin, because you know what they going to do? Well, we pardon Kodak. Well, we pardon YoungBoy. Well, we pardon Larry Hoover. That's what's going to happen. That's exactly what's going to happen. So the debate is in, y'all. Just, you got to see it though. Debate is being put on the ground right now. This is mouse cheese. This is mouse cheese. And if the rumors are true, it has not happened yet. The rumors are that Trump administration is seriously considering pardoning Derek Chauvin. And the protests are going to be large. But again, it's days like today when you got to kind of look at the cookies that are being planted for Santa at the end of the year. What do I know? I'm out. It's Pharaoh's favorite time of the year, ladies and gentlemen. The NBA playoffs are intense, and my sponsor partners over at Underdog want to make that intensity worth your while. Underdog has released a new game that I am really feeling called Ladders, and I'll break it down to you. It's simple. You can win up to 100 times your money by selecting 3 to 5 players who you think will go off throughout a series. As a player hits a higher rung, your payout will jump up. It's simple as that. And when you sign up, all you got to do is use your boy promo code Ferro, F-E-R-R-O. You know I'm going to throw you a few dollars extra on your first deposit. Try Ladders out right now, only available on Underdog. Enjoy the Western Conference, Eastern Conference, and NBA Finals.
NBA YoungBoy writes an emotional thank you to President Donald Trump. NBA YoungBoy was one of many on Wednesday who got a pardon from President Donald Trump. Consequently, YoungBoy's federal charges have been completely wiped from the record. Overall, this was a big moment for the artist who came home from prison just a few months ago. The artist is already making new music, and he is even about to embark on a tour. Now, he will get to enjoy his freedom without previous charges hanging over his head. Taking to his Instagram story on Wednesday, YoungBoy issued an emotional thank you to President Trump and everyone who helped make this possible. I want to thank President Trump for granting me a pardon and giving me the opportunity to keep building, as a man, as a father, and as an artist. This moment means a lot. It opens the door to a future I've worked hard for, and I am fully prepared to step into this. He eventually thanks pardon czar Alice Johnson. Big thanks to the pardon czar Miss Alice Marie Johnson for fighting for second chances for so many people, and to my lawyer Brittany K. Barnett for being in my corner and all your hard work to make this possible. And thank you to everyone who believed in me. NBA YoungBoy's pardon will now allow him to have some extra peace of mind going forward. It also isn't unprecedented, as Lil Wayne got a similar pardon years ago from President Trump. In the same announcement, it was revealed that Larry Hoover of the Gangster Disciples was having his federal sentence commuted. However, he will not be freed from prison anytime soon. This is because he is still serving a 200-year sentence issued by the state of Illinois. As it stands, President Trump is being accused of pandering for votes. This cynicism is certainly warranted, although for YoungBoy, he probably isn't too concerned with the politics of all of this. Stay tuned to Hot New Hip Hop for all the latest news and updates from around the music world.
What's going on, world? It's your homie Sensei ripping them back again with another video. Moments ago, Donald Trump was asked, what are the chances of him giving Diddy a pardon? That's right, y'all. As we all know, recently, Trump just pardoned NBA YoungBoy and Larry Hoover. Okay, since the release of this news, a lot of people have taken to social media to give their reaction to Trump giving these pardons. So, of course, moments ago, Trump was asked, what are the chances of you giving Diddy a pardon? And this is what he said. Check out this clip right here.
You mentioned once in 2012 that Diddy was a good friend of yours back then. He has since found himself in some very serious legal trouble.
Yeah, that's true.
Would you ever consider pardoning him?
Well, nobody's asked. You had to be the one to ask, Peter, but nobody's asked. But I know people are thinking about it. I know they're thinking about it. I think some people have been very close to asking. First of all, I'd look at what's happening, and I haven't been watching it too closely, although it's certainly getting a lot of coverage. I haven't seen him. I haven't spoken to him in years. he used to really like me a lot, but I think when I ran for politics, he sort of that relationship busted up from what I read. I don't know. He didn't tell me that, but I'd read some little bit nasty statements in the paper all of a sudden. You know, it's different. You become a much different person when you run for politics and you do what's right. I could do other things, and I'm sure he'd like me, and I'm sure other people would like me, but it wouldn't be as good for our country. As we said, our country's doing really well because of what we're doing. So I can't, it's not a popularity contest. So I don't know. I would certainly look at the facts. If I think somebody was mistreated, whether they like me or don't like me, it wouldn't have any impact on me.
Mr. President. All right, y'all. Now, again, that was Trump asked, what are the chances of him giving Diddy a pardon? And as you can see, Trump brought up some of the things he's heard from Diddy about him being a president. And of course, a lot of rappers, they get called out once being seen, you know, standing with Trump, right? We've seen that with his first term, even with Snoop Dogg recently performing at the Crypto Ball event. But of course, 50 Cent, man, he wasted no time moments ago reacting to Trump, speaking on the possibility of him giving Diddy a pardon. Now, of course, as we all know, 50 Cent, man, he's just been on the sidelines, thoroughly entertained by all of the headlines coming out in regards to this trial, because again, a lot of headlines are disturbing. Earlier today, we even had one of an alleged assistant, right, former assistant of Diddy take the stand. Like I said, a lot of disturbing headlines have come out over the weeks in regards to this Diddy trial, and 50 Cent has been there every step of the way, reacting to every one of them. All right. Now, moments ago, he reacted to Trump speaking on the possibility of him giving Diddy a pardon. Okay. And in 50's reaction, let me zoom in for y'all so y'all can check it out. 50 says he said some really bad things about Trump. It's not okay. I'm going to reach out so he knows how I feel about this guy. Now, come on, Fifth. Now, again, like I said, it's important to note Trump speaking on you know, rappers, right? Or just people who've chosen to distance himself, you know what I mean, from Trump ever since he's become president because of the things he's done, right? The things he stands for. And Diddy, no exception. You know, once upon a time, Diddy was talking about starting his own political party. I don't know what happened. However, like I said, 50 Cent, he's been reacting to all of these headlines in regards to Diddy, just sitting on the sideline. Let's check out some of these reactions because, like I said, 50, you know, it's the same person who initially talked about starting a Diddy documentary. You know what I mean? Giving out the rights to Netflix. I mean, come on. Look at this one. Look at this right here. 50 out here just having a ball. Oh, my goodness. Itty bitty Diddy wants me dead. I have to lay low. I think I'm going to hide out at the playoff game tonight. You know what I mean? Like 50 is just talking about kicking a man when he's down. Listen, 50, he doesn't care. We've seen it with the Irv Gotti situation. And I'm going to be real, even when it comes to Trump and his support behind the scenes, you know, 50's been able to avoid that criticism of 50 and his relationship with Trump. You get what I mean? Certain things he was called out for in the past in regards to supporting certain policies that were initially being supported by Trump. You get what I mean? In his campaign. So again, 50's been able to kind of walk that tight line, right? And not really take a hit when it comes to his brand based on his political views, right? Whereas other artists like Snoop, who essentially, let's be real, he went out there. Snoop put his foot in his own mouth, as they would say, by criticizing anyone who even thought about performing for Trump during his first term in the inauguration. You get what I mean? So when you've seen him at these events, and even recently on Big Boy's Neighborhood, you know, he tried to justify it. But in the end, like I said, 50, he's been very clever in being able to maintain a relationship with Trump and his brand not take a hit. So for him to go as far as to say, look, I'm going to give Trump a call just to let him know about some of the things Diddy has said about him personally, that's crazy, considering the fact that Diddy is pretty much pulling out all cards right now to try to get out of the situation with this trial. You know, as we continue to move on throughout the trial. Many headlines have made its way on social media. Very disturbing. Like I said, I don't even want to speak on some of the things that's been revealed in this trial. But when people speak about Trump and his relationships with artists, you get what I'm saying, within Black culture, as you can see, it's a lot of favors. You get what I mean? Handshakes, deals being made. And even in this situation with Trump, he's saying, listen, I've heard some things about Diddy, and what he said about me, criticizing me as a president, or being critical of me as a president. For Trump to, make note of that, should let you know, whatever happens, if it's possible, just know at some point, Diddy's going to have to stand beside Trump if there is, a pardon actually given. Because again, like I said, he didn't seem so sure. And the way Trump is right now, it's all about relationships and who he can align himself with. You get what I mean? This is why people feel like the latest pardon with NBA YoungBoy and Larry Hoover is just him simply pandering. You get what I mean? Considering all the things he's actually affecting with the policies he's implementing. I mean, just a lot going on right now. Anyone standing with Trump, I mean, come on. You in a tough position. Even Elon recently stepped back because, again, it's a lot of criticism. You know what I mean? And right now, Diddy's going through enough as it is with his trial. So if it's a possibility, I'm not sure. But again, I'm curious to know, what are your thoughts on Trump responding to the chances of him giving Diddy a pardon? Again, do you think Diddy has a chance, considering Trump just gave a pardon to NBA YoungBoy and Larry Hoover? Do you think this is a smart move for Diddy, considering what we've seen in the past with Kodak Black and other artists? Like I said, to me, this is chess. This is Trump doing everything he can to win the people over. You know what I mean? The optics of it all. We know how politics are. A lot of handshakes, deals, things behind the scenes. We've seen a lot of artists align themselves with Trump. You know what I mean? All for the sake of money. You know what I mean? These deals being made. So again, what are your thoughts on all of this down in the comment section below? But that being said, that's all I got for y'all today. My name is Sensei Rip. Till next time. Peace. Salute world, I need y'all to do me a favor right quick and tap into the homie Grand Finale's latest video titled Sidelines. Okay, the full video is available on his YouTube channel. However, I'm about to bless y'all with a quick teaser. Okay, if you like what you hear, make sure to head on over to his channel and leave a comment. All right, make sure to tell him that Rip sent you. Okay, run them numbers up. All right, y'all, I'm out. Peace.
Upon the world before you dearly depart. Let the world go by. Just let the world go by. And it'll all be just fine.
Thank you for watching my video. If you like what you see, make sure to hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. And also hit that notification bell to get the latest on hip hop, sports, comedy, whatever. All right, we got you covered over here at Forgotten Kings TV. And also, click on one of these videos, okay? All right, y'all.
Oh, man. So, today, President Donald Trump has the hip-hop community talking after he has pardoned NBA YoungBoy and commuted the sentence of Larry Hoover, all right? Now, a lot of different conversations going on. Some people are skeptical. Some people are happy. You got all that going on, but let's get to it. So, like I said, he announced the pardon for NBA YoungBoy and also Larry Hoover. Got his sentence commuted. People are saying he was pardoned. No, he was not pardoned. His sentence was commuted. Here goes a list right here put out with all the pardons. It says, John G. Rowland, former governor of Connecticut. Kentrell Golding, that is NBA YoungBoy. Michael Grimm from former New York Rep. Kevin Eric Baisden. Mark C. Bashaw. Todd and Julie Chrisley. I believe these are reality TV folks. Tanner Mansell and John Moore. And the commutations, that is Michael Harris and Larry Hoover. Now, since then, NBA YoungBoy has put out this right here saying, I want to thank President Trump for granting me a pardon and giving me the opportunity to keep building as a man, as a father, and as an artist. This moment means a lot. It opens the door to a future I've worked hard for, and I am fully prepared to step into this. Big thanks to the pardon czar, Miss Alice Mary Johnson, for fighting for second chances for so many people, and to my lawyer, Brittany K. Barnett, for being in my corner in all your hard work to make this possible. And thank you to everyone who believed in me. I'm grateful, I'm focused, I'm ready, Kentrell. Now, We got DJ Academics who's taking credit without taking credit, a little bit of the both, little bit of the both. But he's saying shit like this, man. All the bum-ass hip-hop outlets who got mad I signed a multi-million-dollar contract with Rumble. Without that, I don't sit with the president's son, who was in the middle of a campaign for the second term of presidency. I made it clear we gave a funk about these issues. Happy for YB. I don't claim credit, but I try to use my voice and my platform for awareness. Now, peep this when he was talking to Donald Trump Jr. about NBA YoungBoy situation.
A lot of people are asking. There's a guy who's a beloved. You know, he's just a misunderstood guy. Actually, his name is NBA YoungBoy.
Okay.
He's been on federal house arrest. He lives in Utah. He was on federal house arrest for like 2.5 years, which was to me just sounds wrong. Like if
for what?
For gun possession. He basically shot a music video. They believe that they got a call that, hey, there were guys on a block that were shooting a video and they saw weapons. They pulled up.
They don't even know?
Well, the police showed up. No one was there. They grabbed one guy who happened to be his cameraman. And because he's a big name, they seen him on camera holding what they believe is a weapon. And they're like, well, we're going to give you charges for that. So he has federal charges for that.
But it could have been a prop. They don't even know.
It could have been a prop. And they've been arguing, hey, this is a prop. That's their actual argument in court. He's been sitting on federal house arrest for 2.5 years. And, you know, he got picked up today. Something happened at his house, I guess. You know, they raided it and they picked him up. And now everyone's saying you got to ask Donald Trump Jr. if Trump gets back in office and this guy's locked up, we got to throw him to the top of the party.
Okay, see, I heard that. What y'all think about that? Huh? Now, in regards to the situation with Larry Hoover, we got Jay Prince speaking now. So he says this right here. Thank you to the president and the angel from heaven, my sister, Alice Marie Free, for allowing the creator to work through you. We're deeply grateful to the president for doing what no other president would, freeing and pardoning my brother, Larry Hoover. In his own words, never stop swinging. To my brother, Justin A. Moore, Dubin Josh, and everyone who contributed to this journey, thank you. I appreciate you all more than words can express, all right? So some folks keep saying he's free. Technically, I don't think he's free. Reason being is because he's currently serving a 200-year sentence on state charges, all right? He has a state sentence for 200 years. Right now, he's serving time in Colorado for the federal charges, but more than likely, he's going to be sent to Illinois to serve for those state charges, man. 200 years, man. Federal sentence he had was for 6 life sentences, 6 life terms. That's insane. But we shall see how things move forward, all right? Now, in the past, these folks had an interview with Larry Hoover saying that, you know, what he would do if he was free and how he could help the situation in Chicago some type of way.
With breaking news, he was once one of the most notorious gangsters in Chicago. Tonight, President Trump is commuting the federal sentence of Gangster Disciples co-founder Larry Hoover.
Suzanne Lemonnier is in our newsroom. Suzanne, this move doesn't mean he'll be getting out of prison.
Erica Joe, legal experts see this as a potential hollow victory. Now, while Hoover may be released from federal prison, he still has a 200-year state sentence for which a parole board has already denied early release. In 1993, Hoover spoke to former CBS News Chicago reporter John Davis, and at that time, Hoover was 42 years old and had already served 20 years in prison.
I've done my time. I paid my debt to society.
That was Larry Hoover, more than 3 decades ago. At that time, the leader of the Gangster Disciples and convicted murderer told our John Davis he had a lot of time to think about ways to stop the gang violence on the streets of Chicago.
One teenager don't like the other teenager because the way he wears his hat, because his ideology is different from his. A disciple don't like a vice lord. We all black people. It's no different.
At that time, Hoover, also known as King Larry, admitted being part of a fragile gang truce in the city and organizing a protest over plans to close healthcare clinics in African-American neighborhoods. Ron Safer, the lead prosecutor in Hoover's federal trial, reacts to news Hoover's life sentence has been commuted by President Trump.
I was disappointed. I do not think that this is an appropriate end to the Larry Hoover story, at least the federal part of it.
Safer says Hoover was perhaps the most notorious criminal the state of Illinois has ever known.
He was convicted of running a continuing criminal enterprise that had approximately 30,000 members across 28 states, selling over $100 million worth of drugs in the state of Illinois alone each year. And he ran that entire operation with ruthless efficiency from prison, where he was serving a state sentence for double murder.
Safer also told us about Hoover being recorded, saying teenagers needed to sell drugs for his criminal organization. The recording was made a year after the Gangster Disciple leader was interviewed on CBS Chicago.
There was another tape where Larry Hoover said, you have to share your drugs with these children. And I'm talking about 12 years old, 13 years old, 14 years old, so that they can sell it and they can have something. And he said, make them know that with you, they are somebody. And without you, they are nobody.
Meantime, short.
I mean, when you put it that way, what y'all think about this shit, bro? You know, what y'all think about this shit? I know a lot of people gonna be like championing this move, like, oh, he don't let the gangsters free. It's not a win for the black community at all. As you heard, the man poisoned the community and also poisoned the Jets too. It's a lot of killing going on in his name or against his name, you know. But it will be a lot of folks praising this shit. It is what it is, man. If you know better, you do better, though. Let's tap in with some folks from Chicago. So Chicago Wave is sharing some people's reactions. Shout out to Chicago Wave. He has Ruger speaking, saying Trump done freed Larry. I know what I know, manifestation. King Yella reacts right here.
Hey, Trump, you a real one, man. You a real one on my soul. Hey, Larry free. Ain't no more free Larry. Y'all know what the fuck going on. Been all these years, man. God is good, man. Larry home on GDN. Trump just free Larry. Fuck is wrong with you?
Chance the Rapper says this right here.
Hey, before I let y'all politicize this or memify this, I just got to say I am glad that Larry Hoover is home. And I got to remind y'all that he was a political prisoner that was set up by the federal government, that he created the what was it, Chicago Votes. He did so many things to really mobilize our people, and he was really targeted for that shit. And so before niggas get to cooning or doing whatever they finna do with this information, I just want to say I'm so glad that he's home, and God bless his family, and yeah, thank God.
He's not home. Okay. Now, Billionaire Black for Chicago also said this right here. He's the only person that pretty much got it right.
All y'all burn, but don't say he pardoned him. Read the fine print. You retarded ass folks. Free the old man though. Oh yeah.
All right, man. Yeah, so yeah, that's what bro gotta say. Now y'all boy Kanye West, now known as unfortunately just Ye, he says thank you for helping to bring Larry Hoover home. Words can't express my gratitude for our devoted, enduring president Donald Trump for freeing Larry Hoover. All right, so I wonder what he's gonna say when he finds out that he's not free. Now let's get to some of the social commentary that's on social media. In reactions to NBA YoungBoy being free, says he going after a certain demo hard, and I fear it may work really well. Dude says it's working already, but it's surprisingly a lady. Saying, MAGA, I can get with President Trump if he continues this. Congrats, NBA YoungBoy. I know Boosie expecting his pardon sooner rather than later now. Let's go, Baton Rouge. This person says Trump helps his friends, period. Someone who has supported him publicly asked for his help, and he granted their request. This is not about Trump trying to win over the black community. This is about how the people with access to the president are advocating for people like Larry and YoungBoy. I think it's something to that. It's something to that for sure, for sure. This person says this is cheap pandering. This is a writer for Rolling Stone. He said this is cheap pandering for black voters pre-midterm elections. Hoover still has to finish his 200-year state sentence in Illinois. Seems unlikely he's pardoned from that, which means it's unlikely he's coming home. Trump just did this to win favor from people who don't think critically. It's insulting that with everything black people demand of this country politically, Trump fixates on doing something sensational with celebrities and public figures to try to steal votes. And it's sadder that it tends to work with a certain segment of people. Again, he pardons a famous rapper in a cheap appeal to black voters pre-midterms while his fastest agenda sustains the perilous conditions, creating young people like NBA Youngboy all over the country. Crazy paradox. And the old man Ebro says Larry Hoover was pardoned on the state charges too. If not, this is a distraction. Now, for my people in the comment section below, if you guys are excited about these pardons, let me know in the comment section why. Like, tell me what it means for you. How will your life change past this point with these pardons if you are excited about these pardons? Let me know in the comment section below. I'm going to get about here, though. This is another update with Stace. Yo.
We begin with breaking news. He was once one of the most notorious gangsters in Chicago. Tonight, President Trump is commuting the federal sentence of Gangster Disciples co-founder Larry Hoover.
Suzanne Lemonnier is in our newsroom. Suzanne, this move doesn't mean he'll be getting out of prison.
Erica Joe, legal experts see this as a potential hollow victory. Now, while Hoover may be released from federal prison, he still has a 200-year state sentence for which a parole board has already denied early release. In 1993, Hoover spoke to former CBS News Chicago reporter John Davis, and at that time, Hoover was 42 years old and had already served 20 years in prison.
I've done my time. I paid my debt to society.
That was Larry Hoover more than 3 decades ago. At that time, the leader of the Gangster Disciples and convicted murderer told our John Davis he had a lot of time to think about ways to stop the gang violence on the streets of Chicago.
One teenager don't like the other teenager because the way he wears his hat, because his ideology is different from his. A disciple don't like a vice lord. We all black people. It's no different.
At that time, Hoover, also known as King Larry, admitted being part of a fragile gang truce in the city and organizing a protest over plans to close healthcare clinics in African-American neighborhoods. Ron Safer, the lead prosecutor in Hoover's federal trial, reacts to news Hoover's life sentence has been commuted by President Trump.
I was disappointed. I do not think that this is an appropriate end to the Larry Hoover story, at least the federal part of it.
Safer says Hoover was perhaps the most notorious criminal the state of Illinois has ever known.
He was convicted of running a continuing criminal enterprise that had approximately 30,000 members across 28 states, selling over $100 million worth of drugs in the state of Illinois alone each year.
I'm not sure if I necessarily care for the commuting of the sentence of Larry Hoover. Again, I'm not really sure how the law works, so I'll be doing a little bit of research so that we can talk about it on the Millionaire Morning Show as far as his sentence being commuted. And then one of the things that prosecutors like to do is not only do they trump up the charges and they make sure that they charge you with multiple different things. That way, if you ever get off on one thing versus all of the rest of the things that you might have been convicted for, you'll still have to serve a time in prison. Now, I'm not really sure what that looks like on a state level. And I also know that he's pardoned NBA Youngboy, but he's commuted the sentence of Larry Hoover. But let's hear the rest of this story, and then we'll continue to have this conversation.
And he ran that entire operation with ruthless efficiency from prison, where he was serving a state sentence for double murder.
Safer also told us about Hoover being recorded, saying teenagers needed to sell drugs for his criminal organization. The recording was made a year after the Gangster Disciple leader was interviewed on CBS Chicago.
There was another tape where Larry Hoover said, "You have to share your drugs with these children." And I'm talking about 12 years old, 13 years old, 14 years old, so that they can sell it and they can have something. And he said, make them know that with you, they are somebody. And without you, they are nobody.
Meantime, shortly after the commutation announcement, Hoover's son posted this picture on Instagram. That's a White House official holding a copy of the commutation. Hoover's attorneys say they're thrilled he's going to be released from federal custody, but again, he still has a 200-year sentence to serve for his crimes in Illinois.
So perhaps this is just a symbolic gesture from Trump. I was listening to some people on social media, And some black people were saying that Trump was trying to get buy-in from the hood. I'm not really sure why he would need buy-in from the hood, considering that he's pardoned multiple other people that the black community champions, including Kodak Black and Lil Wayne. And then again, I'm still trying to figure out exactly what that looks like as far as whether or not he will be able to actually get out of prison, considering that, again, he had to face other charges, I guess, on a state level. And so we're going to deep dive into that. But maybe it is a symbolic gesture. And obviously, Trump is not needing the buy-in of anybody, again, since he's so early in his administration, and it's actually his final term because it is the second term that he is serving. So we'll do a little bit of insight or research on that. But in addition to that, they also are pardoning NBA YoungBoy. All right, so NBA YoungBoy, for those of you that's been living under a rock, incredibly popular rapper. It says on Wednesday, President Trump pardoned rapper Kentrell Deshaun Golden, also known as NBA YoungBoy, and the White House confirmed to Newsweek. So I wanted to find a credible source reference before we started to have this conversation. Goes in to say with charges ranging from robbery and attempted murder to drug and firearm offenses. In a statement posted to social media, the rapper said, I want to thank President Trump for granting me a pardon and giving me the opportunity to keep building as a man and as a father and as an artist. This means a lot. It opens the door to a future I've worked hard for, and I am fully prepared to step into this. He also thanked Trump's pardon czar, Alice Johnson. Now, obviously, we know that Alice Johnson is one that Trump has pardoned, and then once she got pardoned, she started working for the Trump administration as a pardon czar. So she seems to be the one that is suggesting and or overseeing all of the different pardons that's coming on behalf of Trump. NBA YoungBoy continued to say, big thanks to the pardon czar, Miss Alice Marie Johnson, for fighting for second chances for so many people, and to my lawyer, Brittany Barnett, for being in my corner and all of your hard work to make this possible. Thank you to everybody who believed in me. I don't know if NBA YoungBoy actually was the person that wrote this, but it was on his behalf. Prominent rapper, rise to fame with mixtapes, despite limited mainstream presence. His projects frequently top the charts. He boasts billions of views on YouTube, has 16.3 million monthly Spotify listeners, more than 15 billion total streams on 681 songs in which he appears. They said that he was running, and I'm actually familiar with this case, that he was running a prescription drug fraud ring out of his multi-million-dollar home, which I believe that home was in Utah, Salt Lake City, Utah. I actually got a chance to visit Salt Lake City, Utah, and I was at a friend's house that was around the corner from him, and he was confined to the house. But it seems as though, I'm not really sure how you can say it's a fraud ring, but it seems as though they was basically trying to make sure that they get prescription promethazine and codeine so that, you know, the drug of choice, that's their drug of choice. Much different than what's being described as a fraud ring. But it goes on to say an extensive plea agreement resulted in a 23-month federal prison sentence, $25,000 fine, and 5 years of supervised probation. Following his release with credit for time served, he was released in April and transferred to a halfway house in Phoenix, Arizona, complete the remainder of his sentence under supervision. He served 11 months of his 23-month sentence. His decade-long history of arrest has not seen the slowest productivity. So basically, he's just a hustler. He's been working relentlessly at home, and he just drops music regularly. So, you know, Trump has pardoned a lot of people, including the celebrity couple. I forgot what their name was, but it's a celebrity couple that got convicted of defrauding the IRS and all of this stuff. So Trump is not waiting until the end of his run as president before he started to pardon all of these different people. So I am going to keep you guys up to date on what's going on out in these streets. Make sure you hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn on your notifications. I need to do a little bit more research on Larry Hoover's case, because just because I believe Kanye was screaming for the release of Larry Hoover because he's from Chicago does not necessarily mean that I agree with the pardon, although Trump doesn't need any of our approval in order to do so. But I'll keep you guys informed. I'll let you know what's happening. Make sure you hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn on your notifications. I love you. I appreciate you. I'm going to holler at you guys later. Peace.
So NBA YoungBoy receives a pardon. I need to know how y'all feel about that. We're gonna get straight into the vid, but make sure you like, comment, and subscribe if you ever heard YoungBoy's song or seen YoungBoy. You know what I'm saying? Simple as that. So if y'all don't know, a pardon is something that the president gives you that basically releases you from all of the crimes. Like whatever you committed, it just magically disappears and get wiped away. You know what I'm saying? Now, of course, there's stipulations and things of that if you commit another crime, but for the most part, you get off scot-free. Now, I need to know, how do y'all feel about President Trump giving YoungBoy a pardon? I ain't gonna lie, this is a little bit, I would say I didn't expect it, but I kind of did, because it seemed like President Trump is like one of those type of presidents that really rock with the rappers. You know what I'm saying? He release them, let them go, whatever the case may be. You get what I'm saying? I feel like YoungBoy do got that history. If you pay attention to like his career and how it's kind of been up and down. You know what I'm saying? How do y'all feel? Do y'all feel like he gonna stay out longer? You feel like he ain't gonna go back this time? Like, I feel like this could be that time where, you know, bro, lock in and kind of just shit away from it. You know what I'm saying? I enjoy his music personally, you know what I'm saying? And I know a lot of y'all do too. I feel like his music speaks to a lot of people that came from the hood or the streets that don't necessarily know how to process or deal with that pain or deal with the urges and things that it comes with. You get what I'm saying? And then he makes a song for you to listen to where you could really like express yourself, or, you know what I'm saying, somebody is putting your pain into words that you couldn't even thought of to put them in to yourself, pretty much. You know what I'm saying? And this is crazy because I ain't gonna lie, I seen it on this story about 10 minutes ago. The post was on this story and it was been out for like maybe 5 minutes. You know what I'm saying? I might drop that in the vid. Make sure y'all, you know, I'll probably insert it here. But you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, it's crazy, but congratulations to YoungBoy and his family and his team. You know what I'm saying? I feel like it's great. I wanted to definitely be one of the first people to talk about this because, you know what I'm saying, I already know how media get. When they catch something, they gonna throw it every which way but loose. I wanted to talk to my little small group of people that I rock with. Y'all let me know how y'all feel. And do you feel like President Trump needs to pardon anybody else? You know what I'm saying? And how do y'all feeling about that? Let me know down below. Just a quick vid.
News on Baton Rouge rapper NBA YoungBoy. President Trump announced a pardon for YoungBoy, whose real name is Kentrell Gaulden, on federal charges in Louisiana and Utah. In a post on Instagram, Gaulden wrote, quote, "I want to thank President Trump for granting me a pardon and giving me the opportunity to keep building as a man, as a father, and as an artist. This moment means a lot. It opens the door to a future I've worked hard for, and I am fully prepared to step into
Breaking
this."
news tonight, President Donald Trump has pardoned music artist NBA YoungBoy, who's been living here in Utah.
Yeah, Kentrell Gaulden was in a Utah courtroom last year accused of prescription drug fraud, in which he paid a $25,000 fine. A judge also sentenced him to prison time for possession of a gun as a felon. Gaulden posted on social media thanking President Donald Trump.
Yo, it's Big Ed, the spokesman, man. We back. Another edition of Urban Politicians TV, UPTV. Make sure you stay on your pivot at all times, man. Had to come tap in. It's Donald Trump that jumped in to being a part of the major conversations all over the media, the news, in the hip-hop world today, getting reposted, reshared everywhere, as it came out a few hours ago that he had commuted Larry Hoover's prison sentence, who had served 53 years already and was serving 6 life sentences. But then also, a little bit after that, it started the timeline everywhere that NBA YoungBoy had been granted a pardon for a sentence that he had just got released on. And I had a link in the description where you can watch that clip in the beginning in full from WBRZ. And YoungBoy had also came to the gram and put up in his story and posted it there as well on his Twitter and said, "Big thanks to the pardon Caesar, Miss Alice Marie Johnson, for fighting for second chances for so many people, and to my lawyer, Brittany K. Barnett, for being in my corner and all your hard work to make this possible. And thank you to everyone who believed in me. I'm grateful, I'm focused, I'm ready. Kentrell." And he tagged Donald Trump on there. Then he also put his lawyer up on his story, tagged her, Brittany K. Barnett, and shouted her out as well with and the significance of this situation with this being him being pardoned on the cases that he caught federally in 2024 while under house arrest in Utah. The rapper was arrested for allegedly running a prescription drug fraud ring out of his multi-million-dollar home. He faced 63 charges, including identity fraud and forgery. An extensive plea agreement resulted in a 23-month federal prison sentence, a $25,000 fine, and 5 years of supervised probation following his release. With credit for time served, he was released in April and transferred to a halfway house in Phoenix, Arizona, to complete the remainder of his sentence under supervision. He served 11 months of his 23-month sentence. His decade-long history of arrest has not seemed to slow his productivity, as YoungBoy has released numerous albums and mixtapes while incarcerated or under legal restrictions. The White House didn't explain why Trump pardoned the rapper. The pardon forgives YoungBoy's federal crimes, though it does not erase any convictions from the record or imply innocence. But with him being pardoned, this means he can move around on tour. He's free to go. No restrictions or nothing like that, meaning he ain't got to report to nobody. Clean slate now. The federal crimes, they are no longer there for him by Donald Trump. Now, if you get in trouble again, they will pop back up. That's just how that situation works. But as of right now, YoungBoy free to go. It's not holding him back. He ain't got to do no type of drug test or none of that. All he got to do is stay out of trouble. That do be hard to do at times when you're moving around, but YoungBoy has gotten another opportunity. Donald Trump, we just seen him give Kodak Black a pardon, Lil Wayne a pardon. There was a lot of other people that got pardons today. And what people don't know is everybody that gets a pardon is not known or popular when presidents give out pardons. There have been people in Houston, and then Donald Trump also has that First Step Act going on. But I know it was people out of H-Town that got it before. And then there was some other people who got it from different states. Even Harry O had got one. This First Step Act does give people on the federal level another opportunity to get time reduced and stuff like that. NBA YoungBoy gonna most definitely have a turned up tour that's coming up at the end of this summer. So him just to stay out of trouble now, it is, I just say this, bro. If anybody going down there through it, do your best to stay out the way, because you know that they looking to lock you up another day. It just is what it is. You know what their job is. Their job is to lock you up. So it's on you. Just go and stay out of trouble. You ain't got nothing to prove, but you got everything to lose. And you got to know, the way that this system is set up, nigga, they is always going to have a place where they can give you a vacation. They can make your new address. Inside the bunk beds, inside the cell, this what they goal be. I think the niggas just got to know that. You can't make mistakes. We not kicking nobody down for that. But sometimes we got niggas completely crashing out like they don't want to be outside, like they don't want to be free. Yes, ain't nobody perfect. I'm not perfect. The people viewing not perfect. He not perfect. She not perfect. None of us is perfect. That's why you'll never see me kicking nobody while they going through nothing, bro. Everybody make mistakes. But at times, it seems like this internet, this era of clout, go viral and not trying, people want to make a name for themselves. I know that YoungBoy, he had his drug problems and things. I hope that he able to bounce back from him. When you get older, you realize drug addiction is serious. It's something that people be scared to talk about, something that people hate to admit, that they have a drug problem at times when they get addicted to these substances and stuff. But one thing about this system, the way that it works, drug addiction or not, if you're running any type of scam, scheme, or play, or you caught with these drugs, they just gonna say, hey man, you caught with the drugs, you an addict. Even if you just got money, yeah, you could be an addict on these as well, but they gonna say you running the drug ring. Because we know YoungBoy was not selling no pills and no drink. He getting that stuff for himself. You know what I'm saying? He wanted that. He wanted to get high. But that's still gonna be a federal crime, and they gonna give you the federal time. That just is what that is. Especially if you're a popular rapper like him. But YoungBoy getting this second chance, man. Go up with it. Stay out their way. Stay out their face. Just do your music. You're gonna get paid. You're free to move around, not do what you want to do. It seemed like this nigga been on house arrest and stuff like that almost his whole career. But now he'll be straight, man. Go up. President Trump, talk of the conversation today. 2 big pardons in the game. Y'all tell me what y'all think. We got more coming.
Keep going up. Everybody turning it up. Everybody run it up. Everybody live it up. Stay blessed. We got more coming. The shit show. Stay on your pivot.
Episode 7 of, well, actually, this ain't episode 7, episode 11 of the Key Talk Media podcast, or the Key Talk Media show. Anyway, so I'm gonna give y'all some time for everybody to go ahead and rush inside. Once everybody do rush inside, of course, we will run the intro and of course give some shout outs to y'all and then get the show started. Now, some wild things done happen. When I say some wild things done happen, I'm talking about Larry Hoover has actually been freed. Now, he ain't freed yet out of the cell, but, or he may be, who knows, but for sure, he actually received a presidential pardon. Now, with him receiving a presidential pardon, I do see some of y'all coming inside the building. I'm gonna give y'all some salutes. Shout out to Big Hitter. He said, yo, I made it. You already know Moneybags was going down. I see you with the hearts right there. More people's coming in right now. Of course, we got Ayo Cartel, PML, GD Love. Shout out to everybody. Hey, listen, man, as you said, GD Love, and we talking about somebody that actually got freed. That's a creator of course, the GDs, right? Of course, Larry Hoover. Big Hitter says Trump commuter Larry sentence. Hopefully, the state fall through and free him. Oh, that's another angle to look at it. Actually, no, I don't think it matters about the state now. When the president gives the pardon, Buddy is free to, he's free. You know what I'm talking about? They know that the state can say they can't override a presidential pardon. So when he say he's free, he's free. Just like, oh, you say Trump, NBA young boy. Yeah, that's for sure too. Anyway, so Cliff Shaw says Big Key Talk. Big Hitter says Big GD. Detroit Red, Larry Hoover. So a lot of people want to hear about Larry Hoover, of course. We will get into those topics. When a few more people come in right now, like I say, people are loading in. When a few more people get in, I'm going to go ahead and run the intro. And then, of course, after that, give y'all some more shout outs. And then we're going to get the show started today. We're definitely almost on the way. Fun Time Learning, I see you right now. Fun Time Learning says they done let the GDs in the dough. Okay, I see a message from Kick. Hello, stream. I hope this message reaches you well. I've noticed you've been putting a lot of effort into your channel and wanted to offer you help in growing your, okay, let's get past that. We want natural everything, right? I don't know if that's some fake stuff, whatever it may be, but you know, we're gonna go step by step, brick by brick. Anyway, so Big Hitter says he do matter. In that case, C Murder, okay, we'll see. But anyways, before I finish reading that, let me go and get to running that intro. More people just came in. I'm gonna run the intro right now. Once I finish running the intro, we will get the show started. Of course, I'm running the second intro today. I'm not running Murder Come With It. I'm running Whoa Yeah for the intro. Of course, just a few seconds of it, and I will be right back. Anyways.
Nigga G Code, whoa, strike a pose. I chose the $1 billion go roll. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Lamar for Tennessee, I see you say, big homie, finally free.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
User one says, much love from OKC. Shout out to you too. Y'all talking about Oklahoma City. Andrew Webb, I see you. What it do, Key Talk?
Whoa, yeah, whoa, yeah, whoa, yeah, whoa.
Anyway.
Yeah, whoa.
Anyway, so with all, let me get the section. Let me go back over there. Anyway, so with all that being said, of course, we got enough people inside, so we definitely about to get the show started. Welcome back to Key Talk Media. I'm your host, Key Talk. Check it out, man. All right. Listen, it's one thing I need y'all to do before we officially get the show started. Hit that like button. It definitely helps me out a lot. Anyway, so we're going to start it out today. Anton Massey. We know Anton Massey is one of the prisoners that actually escaped. He's one of the last 2 prisoners that has not actually been caught yet. Of course, we got Anton Massey and, of course, Derrick Groves. Now, another arrest has been made in the Anton Massey, I don't want to say freedom, but escape freedom, because he escaped to get to this freedom, right? Anyways, his sister. They've actually came out and said that his sister has now been arrested, but not only his sister, his girlfriend also assisted. She's not arrested, but I'll let y'all know what it is that she did as well. Anyways, I see some messages from Kick. It says Hunt Sebastian 01. Shout out Hunt Sebastian 01. I see you over there on Kick. You know, I'm talking about Big L said Key Talk in the building. You already know. So let's continue. So I'm going to play the video for y'all, but this is Anton Massey's sister, the girl over there in the orange. Anton Massey, of course, is to the right. It says Sister New Orleans Anton Massey becomes the latest of 13 arrested. And here goes the news article clip on it.
Massey's sister is accused of helping him evade law enforcement.
Gabby Kelev reports one of his romantic partners is also allegedly involved. Gabby.
Liz Lauren, 31-year-old Daishanay Massey is among 13 now booked on suspicion of aiding and abetting the men who escaped. Her brother, Antoine, and Derrick Groves are the only 2 men still on the run. Court records reveal that police began surveilling Daisha.
And just so y'all know, this guy, Anton Massey, it ain't like this is just something that's his first time. Anton Massey has actually escaped multiple jails multiple times. It's like his third or fourth time actually escaping, right?
His home in the 3600 block of 4th Street. Soon after, police say a woman romantically involved with Antoine called police multiple times, telling them that he was at Deschanet's.
Hold up. I want y'all to listen to what Shorty just said in the news. She said when he got out, of course, he kicking it with his sister, right? But someone he was romantically involved with, which means it was like an ex or a girl that he talked to in the past, was actually giving tips about where he was at trying to get him caught. And you got to remember, it was a $20,000 reward for whoever turned him in. So maybe she was trying to get that $20,000 reward. But as you can see, his sister held it down. And I guess she didn't want that $20,000 reward.
Home. They say she knew because she video called him on his sister's phone. Now, investigators searched Deschanet's home last Wednesday, but Antoine wasn't there. Detectives say they searched Deschanet's phone also and recovered messages between Antoine's partner and his sister. They say the women shared press releases and agreed that they hope he, quote, never gets caught. Police say they also discovered that last Monday at about 5:30 in the Antoine Massey.
Anyway, so we ain't even gotta watch all that. I'm gonna just let y'all know the pretty much his ex tried to set him up and get him back inside locked up, but they did say maybe she was also playing, you know I'm talking about, playing both sides of that and not just trying to get him locked up, but also, you know I'm talking about, helping him out as well. So she will probably get into some trouble, but his sister is there for now. Anyway, so let me take it to the comment section, see what y'all had to say. So the first comment on this video, if it'll actually put it up the comment right now, give me 1 second here. I will do what I gotta do to get the comment section. Make sure we got it loaded, right? Because that is what we enjoy. While I'm waiting on that, let me read the comment section on the actual live stream. Of course, I see Ronald Satterfield says Cashville in this thing. Hey, shout out to Cashville. Andrew Webb, I see you said, bro, I think they make it another month. Trump should pardon them. So, hey, listen, we don't know. Speaking of the Trump pardons, we will get into that today as well. But, hey, listen, if he pardoned NBA Youngboy, what got me question is, will he also pardon Dirk as well, seeing the fact that NBA Youngboy and Dirk go hand in hand as far as why they're actually arrested? Well, not hand in hand, really, but we do know kind of the details of a lot of stuff that was actually going on. So maybe he'll pardon Dirk as well, but who knows? Anyways, as of right now, the only person we know that got that pardon for sure is NBA Youngboy, which we'll get into that. Actually, you know what? We don't even need to check out the comment section of that video. We're going to go to this other video. So, okay, there's a Chicago rapper. His name is Q. I think he was like Q50. He was the Lil Q50 of Chicago. Right now, that Chicago rapper, I guess his sister has now came, and she is extremely mad and extremely pissed off that his crew, his clique, his gang, whatever you want to call it, organization, the people that's supposed to spin for him pretty much is not going to spin for him, but they may be saying in songs like, hey, listen, we sent a blitz here, we sent a blitz there, but they ain't really going to go spin for him. And this is his sister. It seems like this is his sister from what she said. She's absolutely pissed off to the point where it looked like she herself is ready to say, hey, man, y'all ain't going to go spin. Give me the Glocks, give me the ARPs, give me whatever it is, and I'm going to go spin. Anyways, now they might actually use this video as an intro. This like the Chief Keef intro of the Love Sosa intro. Y'all better not fuck with Chief Keef again, or I'm da-da-da-da. Whatever he said right there. That's what she kind of doing on this one, right? So the ops might try to use this video. Here it goes.
Shit for real. Y'all don't do shit. Y'all still never did shit for 50, but now on the internet talking about somebody dead after 50. On everything I love. Lil Mike ass still walking. Sight ass still walking. That's why I be on these bitches mad, because they ass know what the fuck going on. On everything I love, they ass know what the fuck going on, and they ass don't do shit. They think they up some. Talking about, oh, we sent the blitz for this, we sent the blitz. On my little brother, they ain't sent no blitz for shit.
Hold up. Shorty said there's two people still walking. That's obviously probably dissing and declining her brother that they actually killed, and they still walking. Why are they still walking if they dissing somebody that they actually killed?
Shit. On everything I love, they done had so much shit. No, on everything I love, no, because I'm tired of this shit. On everything I love, I'm tired of their ass. They want to act like they so, y'all.
I ain't gonna care. She gonna have to drop a mixtape or something.
They want to act like they so like that. On everything I love, all these motherfuckers be talking about little brothers talking about, oh, they slid for 50. Oh, they did this. On this little boy on my shoulder, ain't nobody do shit for 50.
Anyway, so we ain't gonna watch the whole video. Just know that Shawty is ready to go slide herself, because she say his crew, gang, like I said, organization, whatever you want to call it, is not sliding for her brother. Right now, this is what y'all had to say inside of the comment section. So the first comment says, shut up. The next comment says, girl, sit down. You sound like a snitch. You'll rat out everything your loud mouth. Anyways, the next comment says, this does sound like a fire intro, though. Yeah, no, her snapping like that, but it ain't a fire intro for her brother's crew. It's a fire intro for the crew that they supposed to be going after. You know what I'm talking about? Because she is going at the brother's crew, right? Anyways, read a couple more comments, then we'll get to the next topic. This comment says, I don't see other racists doing this online. Well, actually, I think a lot of people probably do this online of all different coaches, but the one that's actually advertised the most, at least inside of America, will probably be here. Remember, like I told y'all, if they was to join Canada to the United States, the Somalians over there, like in gangs and all type of stuff over there. But if they came over here to like the United States, well, at least in Texas, where I'm from, in Dallas, whatever it may be, we probably would look at them. You probably think that they like maybe, what's it called? Like working at 7-Eleven or something like that, because that's typically where you see them at. So it just depends on where you at. You know, talking about gangster is all over the world with different forms, fashions, colors, all that type of stuff, right? Anyway, so I'll read one more comment, and then of course we'll get to the next topic. This comment says, mental health amongst our youth is real. Definitely mental health is definitely something that got to be taken serious. Of course, the food that we eat, you know, I'm talking about the water that we drink, and of course, they is taking out them red dyes, though. You know, I'm talking about, they said that they will be taking out all the red dyes out of food, so you ain't even got to worry about that no more. But of course, yes, mental health is something definitely serious. Anyway, so we do got another topic to talk about today before we get to the whole Larry Hoover. Of course, NBA YoungBoy Donald Trump. Now, inside of H-Town, Texas, Houston, Texas, a taco truck. You know, I'm talking about a taco truck. 15 alleged gang members was arrested in Houston in a drug trafficking scheme operating out of a taco truck. What in the blue hell is going on? Listen, man, they in the taco truck trapping. I said you can get a taco or a pound, is your choice, trapping out the taco truck. So I'm gonna read y'all kind of what it actually said, right? So it said, oh, we're gonna get to that a little later. That's Tory Lanez, and of course that is that other topic we're gonna talk about. But anyways, it says a total of 15 people have been indicted after 9 were arrested in a drug trafficking case that involved delivering narcotics using a taco truck and the U.S. mail system. U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement announced Tuesday morning this drug trafficking organization imported directly to Mexico and used a small U.S. mail, so the U.S. mail in a taco truck and homes in different Houston neighborhoods to distribute and sell methamphetamine and dangerous drugs, said Matthew Art. So listen, they trapping out the taco truck. You know what I'm talking about? Let me get to the comment section of that. Then we'll go ahead and get to the next topic. So the first comment says, crazy work. Cartel Bo said that, and this song actually is playing in the background as well. Thought they was on BMF. What song is this? Of course, the song playing in the background. It was actually a Cartel Bo song called How I'm Coming. Listen, if y'all want to hear the songs that we put in the background of post, read all the comments, because y'all be lit inside of the comment section. My Instagram is Key Talk Media. Follow that on Instagram. You can see everything I post there before I even actually get it over to here. 807 up says on DVD. 713 Shay says that's a fact. 713 Shay, it's going down in H-Town. It definitely is going down inside of H-Town. But enough of that news. Let's get close. I'm trying to hurry get us closer to that old. Y'all talking about the old man, who they call the old man. Of course, Larry Hoover and the NBA YoungBoy topic. Right now, before we do get to that topic, there is a rapper. He goes by the name of K Shorty. He got like 12, 15 years. One of them. He's from Florida right now. He got them type of years for murders and killers and stuff like that. But someone that actually tried to kill K Shorty, the person that tried to kill K Shorty, a man named Ronald Hall, who was accused of trying to unalive the rapper K Shorty, but accidentally unalived his girlfriend in the process. He turns to Jesus of Nazareth inside of the interrogation room. You know what I'm talking about? Meaning, he got inside the interrogation room. He just started to pray, Jesus, please don't let them do this to me, Jesus. Don't let them try to do this to my name, all stuff like that, right? Now, he is accused of killing her, right? But he was trying to kill this rapper, and there he goes, and here goes the video.
Heavenly Father, right now in the name of Jesus, Heavenly Father. Thank you, Heavenly Father. Please, Heavenly Father, let this go upon my name. Don't let these people slander my name like this, Jesus. And if you up right now, Heavenly Father, in prayers, Heavenly Father, hear me, Heavenly Father. Jesus, hear me. Hear me, Heavenly Father. Hear my cries, Heavenly Father. Let's go upon my name, Heavenly Father, right now in the name of Jesus, Heavenly Father. Thank you, Heavenly Father. Please, Heavenly Father, let this go.
Anyway, so I did ask y'all in the comment section, what do y'all think Jesus' response will be? And these are some of the comments that y'all said. Nah, don't call on God now. One, them niggas want to be demons. The next, they giving a life to God. Jesus' arms are always open. Too late for all that. Free, bruh. He talking to the right person. That's right. He gonna be the only one gonna get you out of that situation. Clown, Jesus can't hear you. Lord, that is what it takes. But if you did it, you gotta deal with it. Everything happens for a reason. Ask for forgiveness to the family in court. So you got some of y'all inside of the comment section. Christian Chavez, I do see you just came in. You said, what's up, Key? What's going down? Big L said, Jesus ain't coming, B. But I think it's supposed to be back. But anyways, let me continue with what we got going on here. So those are some of the comments y'all said. Like I say, I am going to get us to the next topic now. I want to get us to the main topics of the day as quick as possible, but I definitely can't just slide by everything. You know what I'm talking about? I got to let y'all know what's going down here, there, and all there. You know what I'm talking about? Anyway, so now, as far as whenever this news broke, I will definitely say I got it directly from Larry Hoover's son's Instagram page, where he said that the big man, talking about his father would be getting free. So he said it's official. My pops have been granted his freedom. Granted his freedom by who? The president of the United States, aka Donald Trump, but also in connection with him is the pardon czar. Now, the pardon czar of the president is a person who actually gets to suggest who they want to be freed to the president, right? And then he signs off and boom, they're free. So this lady that goes by the name of Alice Johnson, she is the actual reason of why NBA YoungBoy, Larry Hoover, she offered this up to the president. Hey, can you free these people, right? He freed her. She got free. She had like 44 years. She served 22 years for some like a petty something that she wouldn't have got a big charge for today. So Trump freed this lady. Once he freed her, he turned her into the pardon czar that she could free other people. He said, I want you to be able to free people that's just like you. Anyway, so with that being said, and of course, Larry Hoover's son coming out officially saying that he's actually been freed. That actually sent y'all in a frenzy. Y'all had y'all extremely happy. These are some of the comments ganging them. Man, I pray to God he can put things back in order. I'm going to be real with you. Whenever this person says he prayed that things get put back in order, he said that he hopes, since Larry Hoover was like the inventor of the GDs, right? Of course, later on, he did want to turn into like growth and development. Of course, he was arrested. He was locked up. He wanted to make a change on it all. By that time, it was like a well-lubed system that's already been in motion that you ain't even got to jump in and try to control no more, because now it's grew its own mind and now it's going its own way, right? So we do know what it's turned into now: a lot of killing, a lot of just crazy wild stuff, right? And the evolution of it, of what it turned into, or what it actually is, in the outside world, not the inside world, how he wanted it, they were putting that against him. So he was getting in more trouble because what was happening with the GDs outside of jail, the murders, the killings, all that type of stuff, right? He was still taking a lot of pressure, because he actually started it. Anyway, so with all that being said, we did read a couple of those comments. I do want to go to, I got another post about that as well. I got to see exactly where it's at. But before we get to that other post, I got to tell y'all this, man. Listen. So Boss Man D-Lo, now everybody knows the film boy came out and pretty much said that Boss Man D-Lo, how can I put it when I dig in his guts? How can I put this? Was pretty much trying to contact him, right? Now that guy, the film boy, came out and he has actually said, hold up. I want to be honest with y'all. Boss Man D-Lo didn't do it. And not only did Boss Man D-Lo didn't do it, I was lying. I was capping on Boss Man D-Lo. Those messages that y'all saw, it was AI. I edited myself. I was talking to myself. I was messaging myself. And I don't care if y'all mad about it at all. So he has actually freed Boss Man D-Lo from what everybody was thinking at first, or a large portion of people was thinking. We'll read the comments after this, but here goes what the film boy actually had to say.
Boss Man D-Lo never messaged me. It was AI. It was edited. It was photoshopped. I did everything good with the video of him texting me because my homegirl, it was my homegirl's phone. He messaged a real female. She's a popular influencer that I hang out with. So I made it seem like he messaged me.
LJ, I see you said, Key Talk, I'm back. Fam, miss you, Brody. I'm late, though. Nah, you ain't late. We in motion right now. We all good. Marcel Boki, I see you said he got clemency. He not freed. I'm from the Chi West Side, 7414, but come with the facts. I'm going to be 100 with you. I'm saying he's free, and we're going to see if he's freed or if clemency, whatever you want to say. I mean, you could literally, if you look at the definition of both, this is what is happening. Larry Hoover will be walking out of jail, and he will be to the public. He will be freed from the inside of those bars. I'm talking about, I'm willing to put 1,000 zillion billion trillion dollars on that. But anyways, let's get back to this topic right here.
But he never really messaged me, and I made a fake thread of me texting myself back. I know it sounds crazy, and I just did all this stuff on the internet for attention, but a bitch was bored. And I thought it was funny, but now I know it's not funny because I'm really fucking with this man's career and his money. I'm sorry, you guys. Y'all can bash me. Y'all can hate me. I really don't give a fuck. It's my situation.
Anyway, so Buddy and I came out and pretty much apologized, what I'm talking about. But anyways, let me read a couple of the comments from this. He sent that Zelle quick. Y'all, Boss Man, apology, right? Now, so people say y'all owe him an apology. So some people believe it, some people don't believe it. Some people think he sent the paper. Some people think this person was actually lying. Either way, however you look at it, I'm talking about that. Just it is what it is, right? Anyways, now, of course, the last big, I want to say big rapper that got free because he's not a rapper, but Big Meech. I'm talking about the last big drug boss that was once a drug boss, before Larry Hoover or whatever it may be, was Big Meech. Big Meech got out of jail. and end up inside of a beast with who? 50 Cent, right? So pretty much, hey, it's supposed that it says, hey, man, tell Larry Hoover, somebody needs to go ahead and warn Larry Hoover ahead of time. Don't get out and piss this nigga off like Big Meech did. Of course, talking about 50 Cent. But like I said, I think the stories with Big Meech and 50 Cent, of course, with Big Meech and also Larry Hoover are different stories. Of course, they did some of the same games, but of course, just the past and stuff that they went is a little bit different, though. You know what I'm talking about? So I don't think they're going to butt heads like that at all. But anyways, it does look like the president of the United States of America, some call him Pope Donald Trump, President Trump. He's not talking about, because he did come out jokingly say that he should be Pope. But also it does look like one thing has happened. Well, multiple things, but this has happened. And I'm sure all the YNs should be extremely happy right now. Why? Because one of the forefathers of the YNs, NBA Youngboy, has actually been pardoned. And, you know, of course, NBA Youngboy was facing some critical charges, critical trials and stuff that was on the way for him. But now he's been freed or given a pardon by who? Donald Trump to NBA Youngboy. So this was actually a thank you that NBA Youngboy actually said to Donald Trump. He said, I want to thank President Trump for granting me a pardon and giving me the opportunity to keep building as a man, as a father, and as an artist. This moment means a lot. It opens the door to a future I've worked hard for, and I'm fully prepared to step into this. Big thanks to the pardon czar. Remember earlier when I told y'all who the pardon czar was, right? Miss Alice Johnson, because she played a big role in him. The face of it, of course, is Donald Trump, which is great that he actually signed it off officially. But, you know, Alice Johnson is the person that brings it. Like, can you please free this guy? This is why he should be freed. Boom. He looks at it. He signs off. It's kind of like whenever the Congress and the Senate pass the law and they give it to the president for he can sign it, use his executive order and get it on, turned into a real law, right? So that's exactly what happened. I want to continue to read. It says, and also Mrs. Alice Johnson for fighting for a second chance for so many people, and to my lawyer, Brittany K. Barnett. Now, she probably was the plug to get to Miss Alice Johnson, his lawyer, right? The lawyer's like that middleman. You know, I'm talking about that middleman that's going to get you from point A to point Z, but from point A to point Z, success. You know, I'm talking about, which this is definitely success. For being in my corner and all of your hard work to make this possible. So right there, the lawyer made it possible. She talked to Miss Alice Johnson. Miss Alice Johnson talked to the president. Of course, it's like who you know, right? And thank you to everyone who believed in me. I'm grateful, I'm focused, and I'm ready. Kentrell. So NBA Youngboy is ready. Fully powered up, fully powergized. Not only did NBA Youngboy getting out, but he got freed on the same day as who? Larry Hoover, which of course that in itself is just legendary as it is right now. Before we actually close off, I will do one last video. And why I'm going to do this last video, because in a way, some people may say that this is Black history. I don't know how many pardons ours has been Black. I never looked at it. None of it, right? But I do want to show y'all the lady and just give her credit, because Larry Hoover's free. Y'all been wanting him free. NBA Youngboy's free. Y'all been wanting him free. And this lady right here is a big portion on why that actually happened. Of course, people may not ever get to see her, none of that at all. But I do want y'all to see her story. And that'll be the last clip that we will watch for today. And it's just pretty much Donald Trump letting y'all know why he chose Alice Johnson and what she did. And of course, his job he gave her at the end, right?
You know, Alice was in prison for doing something that today probably wouldn't even be prosecuted. She spent 22 years in prison, 22 years. She had another 22 years left. Can you believe it? And I pardoned her, and it was one of the best pardons. One of the best pardons. You know what she was on? She happened to be on the wrong telephone line. Is that true? She was on a telephone call. And I'm not saying it was perfect, but it wasn't worth 40 or 50 years, Alice. And you've been an inspiration to people. And we're going to be listening to your recommendation on pardons. You're going to go over and she's going to be my pardon czar. Okay? And you're going to find people just like you.
I'm going to stop it right there, because he literally just said one of the most important parts, right? He said, you're going to find people just like you. Of course, some people took it as people that was like in jail for like a lot of years that shouldn't be, or people just like you, meaning like, hey, man, some of your people, your kinfolk, if y'all know what kinfolk mean, right? Anyway, so let me go ahead and take it to the comment section. I do want to see what y'all had to say before I wrap up and close this video. Somebody said, Cole, the guy, said he freed, but he got 200 years for murder in 73 from Illinois. So when they let him out, the feds, he'll go straight to Chicago to fight a state case, but he'll beat that charge. So hey, I don't know if he beat whatever this talk about. All I know is that that Larry Hoover is going to be walking the streets. He ain't gonna be behind bars. So you go there to fight that. But this could be true. I don't know the whole story of Larry Hoover, you know what I'm talking about? But I do know whenever the president says something, the president says something. You know what I'm talking about? I put the president word over the state word, over this, over that, over this. Because that's like the highest of the land whenever it comes to America, the corporation, right? He's the president of that thing. So, hey, man, listen, when the president said, and it is what it is. You know, talking about his son said he coming home. The son said that, hey, listen, man, he going to be walking out them doors. You know, talking about he going to be free. He got his freedom. When they say he got his freedom, I think of freedom is being free, not having nothing hold you down no more. And I think that's what's going to happen to him. You know, talking about, or that is what's happening to him for sure. Because why? The president definitely said that, but I definitely get what you're saying. You know, but I understand it as well. But I don't know the whole story of Larry Hoover. I can't even get on her cap say I do. But anyways, Vincent Salamatino says Trump has successfully united generations for an NBA YoungBoy and Larry Hoover. That actually is a very funny way to look at that as well. He also said last term Trump pardoned Jack Johnson estate, the great American black boxer who was set up for sleeping with a white woman. Rail says, you know I love it. Love you too on Key Talk. Shout out to Rail. Mr. B, Trump wants the YNs to think this is good for black people. He's taking all our money away and letting millionaires. Hey, listen, taking all the money away, letting the millionaires out of prison. Let me tell you this, right? Look at it this way. You said he's taking the money away and letting the millionaires out of prison. So in that equation, it sounds like that the millionaires might be getting some type of preferential treatment. However, this is what you do. Become a millionaire, fam. Here I'm talking about you work as hard as you can. Get to wherever you see, whoever you see is getting the glory. And I ain't never saying they is or they not. But if you see them getting the glory, work your butt off and try to get to where the glory at. You know, talking about work for the glory. You know, talking about so work for the glory, so you'll be able to get on whatever is the good side. You know, talking about use that as motivation. You know, talking about anyway. So OA1 Hefe Hawk says OMS. I fast forward to the Gump. Oh, he's the Gump. Believe in one of them ones. Don't want to ever hear a Gump. I don't know what you talking. Oh, you talking about Trump or something? I don't know. All I know is Alice Johnson did her thing and she. You know, talking about got NBA YoungBoy, a lot of other people free. But anyways, let me read this last comment, then I'm out. They done let the GDs to the door. Bump that Ruger right now. I definitely can't bump no music on this channel because YouTube probably take it down. I'm sure they got all type of copyright. These people are signed to huge major corporation labels and they got all type of like stuff that they could do to try to get their music now. Even though in a way this would be great promotion for it, but even if it was promotion for it, they had to pay for that promotion though. You know what I'm talking about? Anyway, so salute to everybody that tuned in. This was I'm gonna wrap up episode 11. If you haven't seen episode 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, and 9, 10, make sure you go back, check out episode 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 9, 10. It's on all platforms, TikTok, Kick, X. You can even stream the show on Spotify. Just type in the Key Talk Media Show. And of course, it's a podcast. So anywhere they got major podcasts there, you will be able to see the Key Talk Media Podcast. And you'll be able to see your name getting yelled out whenever I'm reading your comments from you as well. Big Boss says, they don't let, okay, cool. We read that already. Cartel Ben said, you going hard on all platforms, my boy. You already know. I do appreciate that. And I will continue to keep going. Now, this episode, we might have episode 12 today too. And some more news come, I might, boom, throw another episode. It ain't no time dates on when the episode's gonna happen. It just be random. That's why I always shout out to everybody who do get to join. I'm talking about if you don't get to join, you can always rewatch it over. But hey, man, listen, I do want to give a shout out to everybody inside here. Key Talk Gang, Key Talk Media, Key Talk Mafia, Key Talk Society. Anyways, let me know something. Coming down below, let me know what you think about this entire deal.
Man, oh man, you just can't make this up. NBA YoungBoy and Larry Hoover just got a presidential pardon and freed. Oh, we got to talk about this one, y'all. I'm going to allow YouTube to send the notifications out. Double tap your screen to like the video. We got breaking news, y'all. Larry Hoover. We talking about the founder of the Gangster Disciples. An NBA YoungBoy just got a presidential pardon and freed. They are now released back in the streets. Now, I got a hot take on this one. In case you don't know who I am, my name is New Breed. Welcome to New Breed Global Truth. I am your host, founder of the Image Reclamation Movement, and you all who want to reclaim our image are the co-founders. Hashtag not for sale. Now, we got to get into the nitty gritty with this one, man. Prepare to be edified. Now, first and foremost, let's go to the news. It is official breaking news. Larry Hoover is now free. And I got some things to say about this. I really do.
We begin with breaking news. President Donald Trump has commuted the federal sentence of Larry Hoover, founder of the Chicago street gang, the Gangster Disciples. Hoover has been serving multiple life sentences and in a maximum security prison in Colorado for the murder of a 19-year-old neighborhood drug dealer. He is also serving a 200-year sentence in Illinois, but it's not clear if he'll be moved back to Illinois to reserve what remains of that sentence. Hoover's son, Larry Hoover Jr., posted this photo on Instagram, a White House official holding the commutation with the president's signature. Much more on this breaking news story coming up.
Now listen, ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about Larry Hoover here. Now, in case you all wonder why Larry Hoover had so many years, why he was in there for consecutive life sentences. Let me just give you the rundown, right? Because, you know, they have a habit of just freeing certain individuals into our community. And, you know, this is who they believe represent us. They believe that criminals represent us as leadership. And look, let me go here. So Larry Hoover, man, I'm just a little bit shocked about this, but Larry Hoover got a murder conviction in 1973. Hoover was convicted for ordering the murder of a 19-year-old named Pookie. Pookie Young is what they called him. He was just a neighborhood drug dealer in Chicago. Hoover believed Young had stolen narcotics and money from the gang. He was sentenced to 150 to 200 years in Illinois State Prison for this crime. I mean, Larry Hoover was guilty. He was guilty of killing another brother, accused of stealing. 1997, federal convictions. While serving his state sentence, Hoover was found to be running the Gangster Disciple criminal operation from prison. In 1997, after a 17-year federal investigation, he was convicted on federal charges including conspiracy, extortion, money laundering, drug trafficking, and he continued to engage in criminal enterprise from behind bars, ladies and gentlemen. Hoover served his federal sentence at the ADX Florence Supermax prison in Colorado until May 2025, President Trump commuted his federal sentence, but Hoover still faces the remainder of his state sentence from the 1973 murder until today. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what does this say to the Black community? It says that they're going to free criminals, right? They're going to free people who unalive other Black people. Meanwhile, check this out. Mumia Abu-Jamal is still in jail. Yeah, we're talking about a former Black Panther and journalist who was sentenced to death in 1982 for the murder of a Philadelphia police officer and that was in 81. But everybody believes that he's innocent and that he was targeted for his journalism. Why his case ain't been put back on the table? His case drawn international attention due to his concerns, due to many concerns of our community of an unfair trial. And we believed it to be political targeting. If Trump want to show us that he really down for the people, then free the political prisoners who was just speaking up for our people. Not straight up gangbangers and murderers. I mean, this is insane, y'all. That's right. Hey, listen, people don't want Jesus, they want Barbarous. Or listen, how about How about Kevin Rashad Johnson, co-founder of the intercommunal Black Panther Party? He was also a writer, serving a life sentence for a 1990 murder conviction, which he asserts he was wrongfully accused. His current status, he's incarcerated right now in Ohio. He's known for his writings on prison conditions and racial justice. Why he ain't free? Why Thomas Gaither ain't free? He ran the Baltimore chapter of the Black Panthers. In prison since 1970. How about Joy Powell, a pastor and an activist? He was convicted. I'm pissed off about this, bro. He was convinced in 2006 for burglary and assault, later convicted of murder, which support claims was potentially politically motivated. He's serving life. He maintained his innocence the entire time. He alleges that it's political targeting. I mean, what about Muhammad Burton, former Black Panther member, convicted for allegedly being involved in a bank robbery? He's still incarcerated. He claims it was politically motivated. He claims his innocence. Why can't we go look at these cases? Larry Hoover, let's talk about NBA Youngboy, right? First of all, let's talk about NBA Youngboy. Now, y'all heard some of the political prisoners that I listed, right? I mean, there's more. You got Leonard Peltier, member of the American Indian Movement, convicted in 1977. He's serving 2 consecutive life sentences right now. He was denied parole multiple times, despite the man got health issues. Why Trump ain't free that man? Kevin Rashad Johnson. I mean, Joy Powell, Fred Muhammad Burton, Veronza Bowers. What about these names? But he gonna free NBA Youngboy. Exactly. Salute to Broken Matrix. He gonna free NBA Youngboy, who only talks about killing other Black men, promoting the youth to kill and slide on the ops and throw their life away. A man who promote drug dealing, whoredom, murder, anarchy, chaos. He gonna free NBA Youngboy though. And that's why I'm telling you, man, we got to reclaim our image, because these people really believe they represent us. Let's talk about what was NBA Youngboy incarcerated for, because he was incarcerated many, many times. Let me give y'all the demo on NBA Youngboy real quick. Let me give y'all the demo on NBA Youngboy. NBA Youngboy, whose real name is Kentrell Deshawn, faced multiple legal charges in recent years. In December 2024, he was sentenced to 23 months in federal prison for possessing firearms as a convicted felon, stemming from a 2020 incident in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Now what leering circumstances warrant him getting a presidential pardon? Absolutely real 80s OG. They're going to use him just like Meek Mills. And the whole initiative is prison reform. Listen, NBA Youngboy is about to be the face of prison reform, just like Meek Mill was. It says, look, he pleaded guilty. This is the funny part. You got all these political prisoners who are maintaining their innocence the whole time they're incarcerated. And you got NBA Youngboy, who pled guilty of multiple counts, including identity fraud, forgery. He was fined $25K. His legal issues led to his incarceration and subsequent house arrest in Utah. However, in May 2025, former President Trump granted him a full presidential pardon, allowing him to resume his music career. For why though? So he can lead more black men to hell. So he can lead more black men to the system. Because guess what? He's worth more free, because with Young Boy Free rapping about killing, shooting, murdering, and promoting the gangster lifestyle, with him free, he fills more positions in the prison. He's useful. See, it's about time you understand how white supremacy really works. This is how white supremacy really works. That's right. Broken Matrix, you got that right. It's idolatry. And we'll sit up here and I'm talking about as a whole, our people will start really praising Trump for freeing these criminals. Now, look, I'm going to say this because I'm a balanced person. And I'm a brother who made mistakes in my youth. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to act like I'm holier than thou and never been through nothing out here in the world and had my little issues and my run-ins with the law and whatever the case is. I'm not even trying to act like I'm perfect. I tell people all the time I got a history. Doesn't matter. I learned from it. It is what it is. That's part of the reason why I feel so strongly about this, because I understand the influence and impact that these rappers have on the youth. And I'm not one of those people who like to see people behind bars, especially if that person is repentant. That person has turned their life around. That person gave themselves to the Most High. You know, although they may have to finish the judgment that was given, you know, nobody wants to see anybody rotting behind bars for the most part, unless they done some stuff that's just way out of line, out of pocket. It's a major violation. But if we had a choice to do some presidential pardons, why on hell would the black community want gangsters out there? I don't think people understand Larry Hoover. Let's go here for a second. Let me pull up something for y'all. Let me show y'all something real quick. Yo, this is amazing, man. How they do our people. I mean, it's amazing. And they want the YGs to look up to these people. They want you to think that you can live a life of crime, that you can spend your entire life doing wrong and gangbanging, and somehow, you know what I'm saying, you're going to be released to the streets one day. You're going to think you one of these people. Teach him things or to. You're going to think you one of these people who can do all these felonious capers and somehow you're going to live happily ever after serving some time. No. Donald Trump is way out of pocket, y'all. Way out of pocket. Like, peep this, man. This is just a little rundown on who Larry Hoover is compared to some of these names that I gave y'all earlier. Real political prisoners. Real freedom fighters. A lot of the political prisoners right now, they were simply journalists back in the day. They were simply exposing white supremacy. They were actual communal, they were actually offering services within the community. The people I'm talking about was actually setting up food drives and food banks, setting up street lights for intersections. They were authors and journalists. They doing consecutive life sentences, maintaining their innocence, while these gangsters who are guilty of murder. Our president said, you know what? Let them back in the black community. Them niggas can't say I ain't done nothing for them. That's why Broken Matrix says if they really cared, York Jr. would be free, and those like them Harriet Tubman would aspire for the United States Army, and they made her a saint. That's a fact. A lot of people don't know that. That's a fact. And listen, and speaking of the gang, speaking of the gangster disciples, in case y'all don't know, these gangs are actually ran by Masons. All you got to do is look at the symbology. It's all Masonic. That's why he don't mind letting the blood and the Crip out, because I think NBA YoungBoy a blood. He don't mind letting them out because guess what? They already connected to the Masons. There's documentaries on how they're connected to the Masons. All you got to do is look at the codes, look at the symbols. Of course, they're going to free these people. Listen, I'm telling you, they don't represent us. We not for sale. This ain't our image. And why wasn't we able to delineate? Why wasn't our world, our leaders in our communities, our leaders who have grassroots movements, why wasn't we able to vote on who was freed when he give these pardons out? Why didn't he sit down with certain leadership to figure out who we should pardon and let us give a list of names? Who's making these names of people that they're pardoning? Let's go, man.
Show him what's right and wrong. This made him look for guidance from others, and he turned to them.
Let's
and
fast
other
forward.
African American people. But as they got stronger, they also started doing bad things like selling drugs and hurting people. The Gangster Disciple Nation.
You see that symbol right there? The Gangster Disciple Nation? Damn 6-pointed star? All Masonic. All Masonic.
And abbreviated as the GDs, formerly GDN, also known as Growth and Development, is an African-American street and...
Ain't no Gangster Disciples giving no growth and development. Why you think Nipsey's former manager is up in a prison right now? Not because he was growing the community and doing right. I ain't trying to hear none of that because I used to bang GD when I lived in Baltimore. I ain't trying to hear none of that. It ain't about no growth and development. It's about money. It's about power. It's about connections. Because believe it or not, gangs be connected with a lot of people, including those of the lodge. I'm not trying to hear none of that. I denounced that lifestyle a long time ago. That's right, real 80s. They keep pushing this image for capital gain. Says, I hope them brothers come with something positive. I hope so too. I hope they come out speaking a whole nother way. But at the same time, this is not personally against those brothers. This is about the fact that, there's other political prisoners who deserve freedom. So for those watching, this is not to attack them, but we need to know what they represented.
Prison gang, which was formed in 1968 by Larry Hoover and David Barksdale. The two rival gangsters united together to form the Black Gangster Disciple Nation, BGDN.
That ain't our nation. Our nation, we the nation of Israel, the Bible speak of. 12 tribes, one nation. You see how when they try to destroy our image, they love to slap nation on something. Rock Nation. Jay-Z ain't built no nation. It went from Rockefeller to Rock Nation. Why? Because they want to act like they nation building. They want to listen, we got to take our image back, man. They put the word nation in front of it because they understand how powerful it is to be a nation of people with rules, tenets, and guidelines. But their rules, tenets, and guidelines in the GDs was governed by death. Straight up.
Since 1989, after a decline in leadership caused friction between the two gangs, the BGDN has divided into different factions known today as the Gangster Disciple Nation and the other being the Black Disciple Nation.
That's right. Broken Majors, you're right. When NBA YoungBoy first got caught, he came back wearing nail polish, painting his face, looking effeminate. Why? Because these are puppets. NBA YoungBoy is a useful puppet. And they're going to have him out there leading the youth, just like Kai Connett and all these damn streamers, your Aiden Rosses and all of them. All they promote is lunacy. All they promote is foolishness. All they promote is brain rot. And when the gangster, and listen, when the gangster rap don't work no more, they start dressing them up like little girls. So your little boys think it's cool to grow up and be like little girls. After they done, after they done taking all the thug out of them, like they did Meek Mill. After they done taking all the thug out of them, then they make them women. Literally buck breaking on national TV. But we got Donald Trump trying to free Larry Hoover. Not even trying to. We got Donald Trump pardoning Larry Hoover and NBA YoungBoy. Nothing but gangbangers. Nothing but gangbangers. Let's go.
Back in the 1960s, when Larry was young, things were really hard for African American people.
Things are hard for us now. That ain't no excuse for him killing our community. Things are hard for us now.
They faced a lot of racism and didn't have many opportunities to succeed. Larry saw this and wanted to change it. He thought joining a gang was the only way to make a difference, even if it meant doing illegal things. The origins of the Gangster Disciples began in Englewood on the south side of Chicago, Illinois, in 1964, when 13-year-old Larry the King Hoover joined a small street gang called the Supreme Gangsters. For years, the Supreme Gangsters had an outstanding war with the Black Disciples Nation, led by David Barksdale.
Black on black crime, black on black violence. Where's the growth and development in this? Gunning each other down. What did Larry Hoover do to deserve a presidential pardon? What did he do to deserve the attention from the highest office in the world, but kill other black people? What message does this set across what message does it set across? If you kill other black people, you can get the respect from the United States president? That nigga ain't did nothing for our people. Meanwhile, you got political prisoners locked up who actually gave us social awareness. This Negro was locked up for extortion and money laundering. He was still drug trafficking from prison. The hell are we talking about? He didn't even learn his lesson when he was locked up. I'm telling you, bro. What's next? They gonna free Diddy? The whole Diddy thing is a distraction anyway. They are gonna free Diddy. That was some made-for-TV nonsense to keep the masses distracted. Diddy will be right back outside peeing on people.
In 1969,
and you got a lot of the tethers and stuff wanting Diddy free. And you know why? Because they want people like this, people like Diddy who are sexual deviants and weirdos and perverts. That's what they want free. The damn tethers want these type of people free. Why? Because they want them to be out here misrepresenting us. Listen, the tethers understand that anybody who is a poison in our community will destroy our community. So they want them out there. And Diddy is a damn poison to the community, a certified sellout. I wouldn't even be surprised if Diddy wasn't even in jail. Why we don't never see these niggas in jail like the celebrity dudes? Why we don't ever see it? That man could have been on an island chilling as a federal informant. I don't trust nothing. Diddy a federal informant just like his daddy, giving y'all bread and circus. I don't trust none of it. All I know is we ain't for sale. And this right here, we not buying it. We're not appreciative of you letting these guys out.
Hoover and Barksdale agreed to a ceasefire. This resulted in the creation of the Black Gangster Disciple Nation. By the early 1970s, the BGDN dominated the Chicago gang scene. Barksdale died of kidney failure in 1974 at the age of 27. Following his
That's right. Ye said Diddy was a Fed too. I remember that. I don't think he lying.
death, Hoover assumed full control of the Black Gangster Disciples. In 1978, the BGDN began to splinter into 3 distinct factions: Black Gangsters, Black Disciples, and Gangster Disciples.
Now you see this right here? All them murders and deaths you see in Chicago right now, the war in Chirac, all that drill and mobbing. Matter of fact, we can go ahead and say Lil Durk is a product of Larry Hoover. Lil Durk is a product of Larry Hoover. All of these young jits out here, all of these YNs out here, getting in trouble. All of these young brothers get murked on Facebook Live, murked on Instagram Live, murked, you know what I'm saying? They all took from what culture? Larry Hoover. You see, you got 2 different kind of races. You got racists like Arnold Schwarzenegger, who pushed to make sure that Tukey Williams got the electric chair. Who wants to see, who don't care. He going to look, you got that kind of racist, and then you got more intelligent racists like Donald Trump, who like, no, we can use him. No, let him out. No, you don't exterminate him. No, I know you want to see him cook. No, we're not done with him yet. We let him out back in the streets. These youngins think it's possible for them to be notorious gangsters and one day be freed. If you follow the lifestyle of Larry Hoover, your ass is going to rot in jail, or you're not going to make it to jail because you're going to be 6 feet under. You're going to die in the streets trying to live like Larry Hoover. Best to enjoy your life. Don't be out here like them damn thugs and devils. Don't be on demon time out here, because in prison there ain't no women. The food is trash, and you got somebody telling you what to do 24/7. You're not even a man in there. And you laid up in that cell, hearing grown-ass men screaming at night. You sit up there and be watching grown men come in, grown men, and 2 months later, they turn into females. Other men grabbing other men's back pocket. And you smelling nothing but dried up piss and must. You're around a bunch of musty ass men the rest of your life. That's what's gonna happen. Following Larry Hoover, that's how it's gonna end up, if you even make it there. It's a miracle some of us brothers survive what we survive. And if we could turn it all back, we would have never went through none of that. There's a lot of OGs right now that's trying to tell y'all you don't want to be like no damn Larry Hoover. You don't want to be like NBA Youngboy. NBA Youngboy walking around here sassy. NBA Youngboy walking around here with purses and man bags, looking like a shell of his old self. Having midlife crisis as a young man. Having to stay medicated all the damn time. That ain't no life. That ain't our image. Man, listen, man, let's go.
Disciples. However, Hoover, at the time incarcerated on M charges, prevented it by quickly setting up an alliance of all street and prison gangs in his interest into one family. The alliance consisted of Gangster Disciples, Black Disciples, Satan Disciples, Latin Disciples.
So hold on, he has Satan Disciples in his alliance. That tell you what they represent, Satan.
And gangs and his interest in
this was all his alliances. Listen.
To one family. The alliance consisted of gangster disciples, black disciples, Satan disciples, Latin disciples, Spanish gangster disciples, Ambrose, 2 boys, 2 Sixers, 2 6 boys, Simon City Royals, Northside Insane Popes, La Raza, Spanish Cobras, Imperial Gangsters, Harrison Gents, and the Latin Eagles. During Hoover's heyday in certain areas of Chicago, particularly in the business realm, a grim reality prevailed. Business owners were subject to extortion taxes.
And that's what they do. They extort. Imagine you can't go into a city because some gang want to run your pockets. It's argued that Larry Hoover's, the way that they extorted other people, that is argued that they took that into hip hop. Yeah, Big U, he took the playbook. Whack 100 took the playbook. That's what gangbangers do. They extort people. Why the hell did Donald Trump think it was a good idea to free an extortionist? Why? Because he sat behind bars and wrote a couple books? Trying to change the meaning of what he did? No, I'm not hearing none of that. What about all of the political prisoners who are maintaining their innocence to this day, saying that they did not do it? How about that? Matter of fact, how about these guys? How about these guys? How about these guys? You telling me none of them got a pardon? None of our political prisoners, none of our guys who was putting out truth. What about Matulu? The hell are we talking about? None of the educators, none of the guys that say, look, I'm innocent. I'm being targeted for political reasons. The details of my case have been falsified. I have proof. There's no evidence linking me to this or linking me to that. Only thing I'm guilty of is trying to wake my people up. What about those people? But they got us focused on Tory Lanez. And I'm not, you know what I'm saying? And I want them to free Tory Lanez because he's innocent. But I'm saying if they do pardon Tory Lanez, maybe y'all should revisit some of these political prisoners and open their cases back up. But you want to free Larry Hoover, man? Get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here. And you got black folks thinking Donald Trump for the people. Ain't none of these damn politicians for our people. They want to see us all kill each other. They want to have people like this to represent us.
A practice long associated with the Italian mafia.
Double tap y'all screen, get the likes up. Let's go. Somebody said, yeah, free Larry Hoover, though. You ain't got to say that. He already free. And it's not really personally against Larry Hoover. It's just if I'm going to compare and contrast here, what did Larry Hoover do to deserve a presidential pardon? Not a damn thing.
This tax, still prevalent today, was a significant...
See, still prevalent today. They just doing it in hip-hop now. That's why so many rappers get robbed or get their lives claimed. Because of the damn gangbangers feel like that they, because these rappers are successful, they feel like they can have their hands in their pocket. But none of you gangbangers is going to boot up and go to war with the white man. Y'all not going to boot up and go to war with the LAPD, but a successful black man, you want to take from him and go to war with him. Gang culture is trash, but that's what they want to release back in them streets.
Revenue stream for organized crime. In parallel, in black neighborhoods, this extortion took a different form, primarily driven by drug-related activities orchestrated by black gangs. The gangster disciplines are active in over 100 cities.
The AI said disciplines. I'm telling you, this damn AI, man, they're trying to replace people's channels. And the AI said gangster disciplines. Let's go.
Cities and 50 states, predominantly in the Midwestern and Southeastern United States, and remnants also maintain a significant presence in the U.S. prison system. The gang had between
Must just have 20 million views.
Approximately 50,000 and 90,000 members. The gang had expanded through the north and west sides of Chicago, as well as Indianapolis, Minneapolis, Kansas City, Detroit, Milwaukee, Cincinnati, Birmingham, Hattiesburg, and co-founder Hoover's birthplace of Jackson. They first emerged in significant numbers in Memphis, Tennessee in the 1980s. The first modern street gang.
God's Property says no, Larry Hoover is not known to be affiliated with the Black Panther Party. Larry Hoover was the leader of the Gangster Disciples, a street gang and prison gang. Right, but you know what they try to say? They'll try to say, well, the Gangster Disciples is just basically like the off-seed of the Black Panthers. I think that's total nonsense. That's not proven at all. I've heard so many. Matter of fact, back in the day when I used to get down with the gangs, right, I was taught that lie, and I believed it back then. I believed that, oh, okay, you know, they used to be the Black Panthers, but now, you know, we had to turn into the Crips and the Bloods, you know what I'm saying, so we could do community work, because this is about growth and development. You know, the 6 points on the star is all tenants, and, you know, at one point in time, I thought Larry Hoover was the guy. I thought he was him. Man, I did my research. All them gangs is Masonic, bro. It did not come from the Black Panthers. It did not come from the Black Panthers. It came from the Masons. Red and blue, just like Democrat and Republican. It's the same damn thing. All of the symbology is Masonic. The 6-pointed star and the 5-pointed star. You even see the compass. You even see the compass, and it's all sorcery. All gangbanging is witchcraft. All of it is sorcery. There's a lot of warlocks who are gangbangers, and they talk about it. There's interviews of these guys talking about, oh yeah, they warlocks. Ultimately, they're just Satanists. Yeah, it's just red and blue, man. Red and blue lodge. That's all. It's the same thing, man.
To do so.
And we know the Black Panthers was, the Black Panthers was grassroots. And we know that because they made COINTELPRO. Where J. Edgar Hoover had to put together COINTELPRO to get rid of the Black Panthers, infiltrate it, destroy it. Why? Because it was a grassroots movement. If Black Panthers was CIA and all that, they wouldn't have had no reason to try to invade it. Anyway, let's go.
The Gangster Disciples were implicated in the 2008 M's of member Cecil Dotson Sr., his fiancée, Marissa Williams, fellow member Hollis Seals, and his girlfriend, Shindri Robertson. Also KED were Cecil and Marissa's 4-year-old son, Samario, and Cecil's son with Erica Smith, 2-year-old Cecil Dotson II. The toddler had been spending the night with his father and siblings.
Let's go.
Severely injured in the attack again.
Let's talk about Hoover. Let's get to Hoover.
With the unraveling of Operation Headache by the Drug Enforcement Administration, DEA, wiretap evidence revealed damning discussions, including Hoover's push for a formalized street tax on drug sales.
Broken Matrix says to be locked up as a POW, prisoner of war, political prisoner of war, and then get released 30 plus years after to set a jail in Raleigh, your whole circle away. That buck breaking 101, he's tired of it, and he wanted to touch the streets. I'm guessing he was going to say touch the streets. Outside before he died, of course, no one wants to die in prison. You're isolated from everything that you know and everything that you love. Facts. And I'm pretty sure that, you know, Larry Hoover, at some point, I'm pretty sure that he stopped doing illegal activity and started, you know, focusing. I'm pretty sure after all that time he spent in there, he was trying to turn things around. But see, the issue is we got so many political prisoners. We got so many righteous brothers and sisters alike that was fighting for us who are in prison right now in some questionable situations. And it's just those cases need to be opened back up. Like somebody in here now saying free C Murder. For what? Why? If there was a list, why would C Murder be at the top of the list? Why? And that's a serious question. I like C Murder's music too. I used to. But other than that, for what reason? These guys is making records from behind bars. Let me see. Somebody says, no clear you, and this dude talking doesn't know. He served his time, and people who were accused with him has been out for years. Larry wasn't pushing no gang stuff. I guess no one can change. I'm not saying that he couldn't change. What I'm saying is, again, what about the political prisoners who maintain their innocence the entire time? Meaning, when they got arrested in the first place, charged, incarcerated with multiple life sentences, they are claiming innocence, and there's evidence backing up a lot of their claims. Why wasn't none of their cases revisited? Because they don't want freedom fighters and intellectual minds and people who would come back into our community after serving the belly of the beast, after being in the belly of the beast, having an influence on our people. They don't want that.
With violence as a means of enforcement if necessary, the operation's success was aided by informants within the gang's ranks, including Charles Jello Bates and Daryl D. Blount Johnson. However, their cooperation led to their demise as they were executed to eliminate loose ends.
Double tap the screen to get the lights up, y'all. This is wild, man. Yeah, Donald Trump definitely want idolatry. He gonna use the worst of the worst niggas. Like, what? Tell me what NBA YoungBoy did to deserve. The man violated his probation after years of catching felonies after felonies, but he gets a presidential pardon. You have got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me. Even the guy, okay, so the guy who just defended Larry Hoover, we're going to get off Larry Hoover for a second. We're going to get off of Larry Hoover for a second. Let me do you this. Let's go to NBA YoungBoy for a quick moment. let's go to NBA YoungBoy.
Additionally,
matter of fact, let me do this. let me do this. Let me show you the guy who got the attention of the highest office and pardoned. Just look at this guy. What got this guy right here, right? This guy. All right, so let me show you something. All right. You got these guys. Let me try to simplify this, right? You got these guys who was fighting for black people, right? And then you got this demon right here, right? And no, I'm not just calling him a demon as an insult. No, he said he was a demon in all his music. He said he was a demon. He said he was a demon. Look at him. I'm just trying to understand. Like, I'm trying to get it. Why people don't seem to understand what I'm talking about right now. Hold on. Man, you tripping, Unc. I'm tripping. All right. Let's go here. I'm tripping. There's documentaries on this guy too. Hold on.
This guy right here.
Rapper NBA Youngboy was arrested this week at his Mill Creek home in what the Cache County Sheriff's Office is calling an ongoing investigation into criminal conduct. 24-year-old, whose given name is Kentrell Golden, has been confined to house arrest since 2021, awaiting trial for a federal firearms charge. He was booked into the Cache County Jail yesterday on suspicion of unlawful activity, including identity fraud.
So let me get this right. Let me get this right. NBA Youngboy was already on house arrest for fraud, all kind of nonsense. He decided that was his best interest to play with guns too, as a felon. That's what he thought made sense. And Donald Trump pardoned him so he can continue putting out music that's going to destroy the black community and young black boys that want to be like him. I mean, look, y'all. Something got to give. Let me give y'all a little more insight here. Let me give you a little more information here, right? Because do you know how many marches and rallies took place at the White House for these political prisoners? Do you know how many protests took place for these political prisoners? And like clockwork, Trump gets into office and he always releasing rappers. Yeah, he got Kodak last time. And Kodak was in there for grape. You let Kodak out. Now Kodak walking around like a Sherm head. Kodak walking around here looking like his whole entire soul gone. He ain't no good for nobody right now. So you let him out when you should have left him in. At least Kodak could have cleaned up. You should have left Kodak right where he was at so he can sober up. Yeah, he didn't pardon Lil Wayne. But there's more news on this, y'all, on this presidential pardon. Because Trump, he pardoned a few people. He pardoned a few white people, too. I guess they have some days they just pardon people. He pardoned reality TV couple convicted of bank fraud and tax crimes. Of course he did. Of course he did, y'all. Like, look at this. And look how much coverage this gets versus Larry Hoover.
We also have some more breaking news as well. I want to put this up on folks' screen. If you watch reality TV at all, you've probably heard of their names. Of course,
because Trump is a reality TV show star. Of course he's out here freeing reality TV show people. President Trump comes for It's Savannah to inform that he will be granting full pardons to of course, because they were doing bank fraud. Same damn thing he doing. He like, look, if I can manipulate the stock market and allegedly and do all this evil and wicked, they're a good white family to free them too.
Of course, we're talking about Todd Chrisley from Chrisley Knows Best, as well as his wife. It's official. President.
Yeah, that's right. He freed the Rock Nation lady too. I forget her name. The Rosie Perez lady. Not Rosie Perez. What's her name? Y'all know her name.
Trump has pardoned them, Todd and Julie Chrisley. He did it today in this conversation, a phone call that he had there with their daughter, Savannah, who's been very outspoken over the last.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree. Broken Matrix. He says the only people who get pardoned by white America is those who sold out the Black Panthers. Just like you have someone to sell out Malcolm X. Yeah, you got to be a sellout to get a pardon like that. And if you listen, you got to be doing their bidding no matter what. Forever indebted in the system, no matter what they do wrong. You have to be forever indebted. Let's go.
last few years about her parents' conviction, and now it's official. President Trump deciding to pardon Todd and Julie Christie. Michael, this is a very interesting thing that this is a move he decided to make. But again, what else do we know about the Chrisleys, how long they were going to be in jail? It was certainly interesting when they first got sentenced. I remember that.
Yeah, they were indicted in 2019, and obviously, President Trump was in the middle towards the end of his first term, but was still president at that point. And then in 2022, there had been.
Look at these people he pardoned. Let me see. They accuse all kind of fraud and everything.
Walk free and have these charges, and
they was proven guilty by a grand jury. Now they walking free. Look, he looked like he about ready to scam somebody else. He like, oh yeah, I'm getting back out
behind them.
He like, I'm getting back out here and I'm scamming immediately. This dude look like a scammer. He like, yo, as soon as I get home, I'm scamming. Yo, this is crazy, bro. Only in America, man. Only in America. Kim says, I wonder what white people he pardoned. These people right here, and they were reality TV show people. He looked like he do infomercial scams. He looked like he specialized in infomercial scams, bro. Hold on real quick. Look, let's go.
Obviously, massive.
Look, he smile. That man smiling ear to ear. He like, yeah, we up out of here. Let's go run our next scam.
Massive win for them. They have long felt like they thought about Savannah and how she spoke out. She said it at the RNC when she spoke, and she again really believed that they had been targeted over political reasons and that this was not a just verdict.
Over political reasons. It's like they just spitting in our face for political reasons, y'all. So these political prisoners wasn't targeted for political reasons. It wasn't racism. The LAPD, NYPD, or whoever else wasn't hiding evidence. And no, it wasn't political, even though they was trying to set our people free. It wasn't political, even though they made COINTELPRO to go against these people. And they just started all of a sudden, all of them going to jail out of nowhere. No, it wasn't political. It wasn't political. But these guys say, these reality show stars says they were targeted politically. Oh my goodness, man. I can't with America, bro. The racism.
At the RNC when she spoke, and she again really believed that they had been targeted over political reasons and that this was not a.
They claiming they were targeted because they were Republicans, allegedly.
Just verdict nor a sentence. And, I don't know if that's true or not. I think the people who worked on the case would say, no, that's not the case. You committed a crime and that's why you were sentenced to what you were sentenced to. But I suppose it doesn't matter right now because it was a federal conviction and Donald Trump is president.
It was a federal conviction, man. Hold on real quick, y'all. Don't drop out. Hold on real quick. I got to do something real quick. My bad, y'all. Thanks for being patient. Let's go. Yeah, they're mocking us. This is a mockery. So let me get it. These reality show stars who got charged in a grand jury, a federal conviction for scamming, jugging, finessing, fraud. They claiming political prisoners. These guys are claiming political prisoners.
And he says you're pardoned, and again, they are about to walk free.
It'll be interesting, and we'll hope that some of those cameras there with TMZ will be.
We almost got 1,000 in the room, man. Double tap the screen for the likes, yo. Let's go.
There as well. Once they're releasing and getting out of prison, if you guys are able to bring us any of that footage, we'll certainly take it. Again, with TMZ, Michael Babcock, we appreciate your time as always.
Anytime. Thank you for having me.
All right. Wanted to certainly bring that to y'all here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, though, if you aren't familiar with Todd and Julie Christie, I want to put this back up on your screen as well. This is the official tweet that went out from the Associated Press. They're citing the Associated Press, saying that President Trump was set to pardon reality TV stars Todd and Julie.
Y'all got to understand, Trump is just looking out for his own. He looking out for Masonic music industry puppets. He looking for gang members, aka Freemasons, and he's looking for reality show stars. Trump is a reality show star. He played in The Apprentice. He's an actor, been a billionaire since a baby. He gonna look out for his own. He like these good people. Yeah, they were in a reality show scene just like me. I'm not gonna leave them in jail. Yeah, they did scam the bank, scam the people, did this, did it. Doesn't matter. He's the president. This is our president. And I gotta admit, we can't really get mad that Joe Biden pardoned his son. I'm sorry. If my son was locked up, I had presidential power. I'm freeing my son too. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. But this man getting crazy with these pardons. Corey Beckman says this is the best president in U.S. history. Well, we already know what side of history you on. Let's go.
Christie, who were convicted on fraud and tax evasion charges.
They were guilty. They was convicted.
So if you had watched their TV series, Chrisley Knows Best, they gained fame for showcasing their lavish lifestyle and tight-knit family dynamics. The show, though, debuted back in 2014, and it built a very loyal following as well. But of course, that public image took a major turn when they were indicted back in 2019 on multiple federal charges, including tax evasion, wire fraud, and conspiracy. In 2022, though, both were convicted of orchestrating a multi-million-dollar bank fraud scheme and for submitting false documents to secure loans and avoid paying tax.
Damn, they was out here jugging. Y'all hear this? Listen to what they locked up for. Listen to them charges one more time. They were found guilty. Guilty in a grand jury, a federal charge. They were guilty. They wasn't targeted. This is what they were doing. This.
False documents to secure loans.
They were doing false documents to secure loans. That's bank fraud.
And for submitting false documents to secure loans and avoid paying taxes.
Yeah, they was out here cheating the system, and they got caught.
And as we just heard Michael mention there, Todd was sentenced to 12 years in prison.
Yeah, young boy guilty too, and so is Larry Hoover. There's political prisoners out here who are claiming innocent, and they're not even looking their direction. Yo, Big Sosa says, I can't even get a payday loan from Ace Cash Express. For real, bro. This is wild, man.
Then Julie was sentenced to 7, although we know both of those were later reduced, but now it's official. President Trump has this.
She was only serving 7 years and her time was reduced. And look, Trump said, no, they're not even going to do that. Let them out. Let them people out. Let them good white Americans out. They're reality show stars. They're white Americans. Let them out.
Decided to pardon them. And again, we want to listen into that message that President Trump put out and his team put out on their social media accounts. We were listening to what he has to say in that phone call with the Chrisley's daughter, Savannah. Let's listen in.
That's a terrible thing. It's a terrible thing, but it's a great thing because your parents are going to be free and clean, and I hope we can do it by tomorrow.
Free at last. Free at last. And thank God Almighty, Todd and Julie are free at last.
Is that okay? We'll try getting it done tomorrow. So wonderful. Give them, I don't know them, but give them my regards and wish them.
Matter of fact, have the federal government write them a personal apology letter and make sure that they get a weekend stay at the Trump Towers.
Wish them a good life.
I wish them a great life. They deserve freedom. Meanwhile, Carmelo Anthony getting charged as an adult. Meanwhile, Carmelo Anthony getting charged as an adult for an alleged crime that took place during his teenage years, 17 years old. I mean, meanwhile, they're going out the way. The father of Metcalf, the father, I forget his name, but y'all get it. The Metcalf guy. He was out here trying to stop Carmelo from getting his high school diploma, but Carmelo got his diploma, so that's what's up. They was putting all kind of red tape around trying to keep Carmelo from even graduating. But you got that going on. But these people who were found guilty in a grand jury, they get a free massage at the Trump Tower. The Trump Tower. They're not even doing that much time. They get freed. A formal invite to the White House and well wishes from the U.S. president. I'm telling you, something is wrong with. Yeah, our system is broke. It's broke.
Mr. President. Yes. How are you? I just want to say thank you for bringing my parents back. Yeah, well, they were given a pretty harsh treatment based on what I'm hearing. Pretty harsh treatment. Yes, was your brother fighting also for this release, right? Hey, I go to the University of Alabama, and I saw you speak, and I said, that's the greatest presidential speech I've ever heard in my life. Oh, that's good. I was just there. I gave the commencement. What a great group of people. If you were in the audience, you have to be good. What a good school it was, and I love Alabama. You know, I love Alabama.
They was at the school of reality shows. It was like a Kai Connect University thing for reality shows stars like him. Telling you, man, this is crazy.
It's that school is really, that was very impressive when I was there. Yeah, I think I did a good job. I got a lot of good comments on that one, so that's good. I love doing that with great young people.
Yeah, he got kicked out of class for defending you. It's pretty interesting.
Gee, I'm surprised because University of Alabama, if we took a vote, I'd get 90% of the vote, right?
Exactly.
Maybe more, actually. But anyway, well, you keep fighting. Congratulate your parents.
Congratulations, Savannah.
And Alice had a lot to do with this. And just congratulate your parents.
Why? Let me ask you this: why Larry Hoover didn't get this kind of call? Why didn't we get a public call of Larry Hoover or NBA Youngboy? Because you know why? That'll look tacky. That would look extremely tacky if he was on the phone with Larry Hoover like this. You know why it would look tacky? Because that Negro is a gangbanger. And he got this black woman next to him like Howard Stern. How, you know, what's that lady from Howard Stern be with a Robin from Howard Stern? It's all for the optics, man. Let me see. C-No says in one breath, you saying a guy who influenced people to murder for his gang should not be free. But in the next, you want to protect a murderer just because the victim was white. What? What makes you think Carmelo Anthony is a murderer? Was he proven to be a murderer in court? You talking about a straight A student? Are you talking about the young man who had worked 2 jobs? You talking about the young man who was the head of his football team and track team? You're talking about a young man who was allegedly jumped on and defended himself in a state where stand your ground is legal. You talking about that young man? You calling him a murderer? Do you know what a murderer is, sir? Sir C-No, do you know what a murderer is? Because in the Bible, it's talking about thou shalt not murder, not thou shalt not kill. If somebody break into your home and start putting hands on you and your family, are you going to pray for them or are you going to get rid of them? Like, what is this guy talking about? I'm not saying, now listen, let me say this. I'm not saying that I wish it didn't happen another way. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that I wish that they would have just swapped it out. I'm not saying that I wish that, Carmelo would have been able to just lay hands and defend himself. But guess what? I wasn't there. I don't know what type of threat those young men caused him. I don't know what threat they proposed. I don't even know what happened, and neither do you. But I'm not going to jump up and call this young man a murderer, and I have no idea what took place because I wasn't there. All I can do is judge him by his fruits. Carmelo was a good student, a good kid with no type of history of anything of that sort. So I'm not going to jump to conclusions and call him a murderer. I'm going to hope that the young man gets to finish off his career in athletics. I'm going to hope that the young man gets a second chance at life. And I believe it's unfortunate that the little white guy, the white kid, lost his life. I think that's unfortunate. Nobody wanted that to happen. Nobody wanted that to happen. So I don't know what you're talking about. Why would you call that young man a murderer and you don't even know what the hell happened? That's crazy. Anyway, let's go.
And I hear they're terrific people. This should not have happened. So, and you just
why he didn't call Larry Hoover and say, Larry Hoover, you're a terrific guy. You were invited to the Trump Tower. Locked up, extortion. You're great people. Matter of fact, you're invited to my next rally. No, I guarantee they got a whole different scenario. They just got a letter. They got a letter from the president that was typed up by AI. And that was that. They didn't get no call from the president. NBA YoungBoy didn't get a call from the president. You know why? Because that looks foolish. It looks crazy. It looks crazy that you released them guys. And also responding to that troll that was in here, I'm not saying that I wanted Larry Hoover to stay in prison. That ain't what I'm saying. I'm saying out of all the people you could have chose, why did you choose Larry Hoover when you got all these political prisoners? That's all I'm saying. Larry Hoover didn't do anything to deserve a presidential pardon, and neither did NBA YoungBoy.
boy, they have good children. You're no longer children, but I'll say it anyway.
All right, that was the message there from President Trump.
It sounded like they chopped it up for a couple hours. He was on the phone with them reality people for a couple hours. And she's sitting there smiling all happy and giddy when black women just got laid off jobs because of that DEI cut. She's sitting there smiling by this guy. Meanwhile, her sister's getting laid off the job. Let's go.
As he called to inform their daughter, Jihad and Julie Chrisley's daughter, Savannah, that he had officially...
Somebody said maybe Hoover can get these gangs to do better. Someone could be with him. I hope he does. I hope he does. I hope that Larry Hoover, his first press conference, I can't wait to see what Larry Hoover got to say. I can't wait. And NBA YoungBoy, I don't give a damn what he got to say, honestly. I don't really care. I don't really care what NBA YoungBoy got to say. NBA YoungBoy ain't got enough wisdom, age, experience to teach nothing right now. He need to just fall back. He's lucky he got out. But if he can be a message to the young boys, I hope he do switch it up. I mean, me personally, I don't care what he got to say, but I hope that he can help the young boy. I'm going to take that back. NBA YoungBoy, I hope he come out, turn a new leaf, and can help some of these young men. But I don't know about that.
Pardon them. So if you weren't aware, if you didn't hear that portion, we were just talking with TMZ on this, Savannah Chrisley did address the 2024 Republican National Convention last year as well, where she described the Department of Justice as being, quote, broken. She read out her parents' numbers that they have.
So they claiming that they were political prisoners for something they posted or tweeted or whatever the case is. Let me see if there's any updates on Larry Hoover, man. Because this is breaking, so we're getting live updates right now. Larry Hoover, NBA YoungBoy pardon. Everybody double tap the screen. I mean, this is crazy. What's next? What is next? Let's see. You got, man, it's look hip hop already speaking out. Jay Prince reacted to Larry Hoover being released. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. Infamous Chicago gangster and GD Larry Hoover's sentence has been pardoned by Trump.
But, you know, the Creator opened the gates up and allowed him to be free. And the beautiful thing about him is he don't take his freedom for granted. You know what I mean? He free, and he ain't forgot where he came from. You know what I mean? That's my brother, Larry Hoover, spoke about that sleeping giant.
Yeah, we got Jay Prince, another extortionist. We got another extortionist.
Yeah, they was kicking it on.
We got another extortionist, gang banging, so-called OG, who happy another one is out. I mean, this is, you know, this is what it is.
Yeah, the intro of the Ghetto Boys, when he say they scared of him because he know how to awaken that sleeping giant. And that was a powerful thing that was being said. And that's what we look.
Yeah, this is Jay Prince. You know, the same one who's supposed to make sure that Takeoff made it back home. Y'all remember Jay Prince? He the same one who's supposed to have protection for Takeoff when Takeoff went to Texas, went to Houston, and didn't come back home. That guy.
Looking forward, you know, to the day and his freedom, so we can awaken the sleeping giant. And so many that sleep and that won't listen to those that they don't respect. You know, I look forward to the day of being able to share that journey, share that walk, share that creativity with my brother on how to free a lot of our people out of bondage. And every politician.
How is that freeing us out of bondage? Free the political prisoners, get them out of bondage.
That's for that, we're going to be with them too. You know what I mean? The real ones, that's really for our people. Then that's who's going to get my vote. You know what I mean?
See, that's trying to get people to, you know, the gangs and the streets to go for Trump. I'm not going for it. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, it is what it is. Larry Hoover is free now, and so is NBA Youngboy. You know, our president could have did a lot better. You know, it is what it is, ladies and gentlemen. Eventually, we're going to see what the plot is. Reclaim our image. Real ones, we are not for sale. Hashtag not for sale. Everybody, y'all be blessed out here. One love. With that being said, shalom and peace.
The best thing that could ever happen to a gangster that's fighting them feds just happened for Youngboy. The man just got a pardon by Donald Trump, which means he could travel now, which means more money in the bank, more millions in the bank, which means no more probation, which means no more grave digger mountain. Yeah, he ain't got to be in Utah. Right? A lot of pros come with that. But it also, you know, what Biggie Smalls say, more money, more problems. Because y'all got to understand, Youngboy got the pardon. Youngboy finna go on tour. Youngboy can travel how he want him. He can smoke the ganja. He can do, pretty much what he want to do. You know, depending on how young boy played, how he move, what habits he pick up, how he carry himself, and all this stuff. A lot of bullshit can come with that. You know, he get on the K2. He get on the gas real hard. The lean, pills. Young boy got a lot of enemies. Let's say he get past the tour. You know, he get on his, he ain't ducking nothing. Yeah, all you niggas that been running y'all mouth, popping your shit. Yeah, I'm outside, I'm back outside. What's up? Because young boy pretty much gonna have to move like how he was moving in Utah. If not, he gonna get caught with another gun. His crew will get caught with Blix. They're gonna have to roll with Blix. He got too much beef. He not banned from Louisiana. So what's stopping him from going there? So young boy got to be real disciplined. And even if he disciplined, he got to be disciplined when he high. Somebody really gonna have to get young boy and make him understand that playing the tough role, well, you can still play it, but really like putting yourself in certain situations that's over with. You got to let the chaos come to you if it's meant for that. And you got to set your security team up in a way like you had it in Utah. When the chaos and the beef and the ruckus do come your way, it's a failed mission. Bulletproof cars, top tier Army men, Navy SEALs, whatever. Then you still got your homeboys. So it's so many layers I will have to go through. Man, they ain't gonna do it when they see them Navy SEALs type of dude, Army, military type of dude. They ain't gonna do it when they see that real security lineup. I ain't talking about the ones that be with rappers, but they had a plate carriers with no hard plates in it, soft plates. You know, they still got regular street clothes. Now I'm talking about the ones who really look like they got real training. And you got to move like that. Ain't nothing to prove out here. The fans already believe you. The fans already know you can get some shit whacked. So, yeah. Like I say, you still could play gangster and, well, I ain't gonna say play it. You could, you know, do that tough guy image. Just keep it in the booth. You can, you know, drop your nuts outside, talk crazy, go at anybody you want to, have that security though. So when they run up, it's a failed mission. You got to be a crash dummy. You're gonna have to come P. Diddy how he did with Kid Cudi and put C4 under the car or some shit like that. Other than that, like, you bounce the drizzle. It's too much money to get out here because now you can travel. So it's so many millions that need to be picked up by young boy. So many places he ain't touched. Overseas, out the country. So many millions. He got to go get that wealth. Not go get them hats or put himself in position. Meaning he really can't be going to get them dangerous bags. He can't be going to the club picking up 70,000. He can't do that. Tours, that's pretty much it. Just tours. Clubs, he got to stay away from that, man. He bound to drizzle. He gonna have to move with that fire. Unless he moved like he was in Utah, but it's still some bullshit. Niggas want to test you. Got a lot of fans. But when it comes to the club, strip club, it's gonna be a mix. Niggas who want to try you just cause they know you'll crash out, all that stuff. So you gotta be real careful. Like, we don't know what young boy did to make Trump want to pardon that man. Ain't nothing we could just think of, like, oh, he did that for the kids, or he did that. he was a big Trump supporter. Nah, we don't really know. We don't know what YoungBoy did or who he know to make Trump look his way. Because Trump looked at YoungBoy and looked right over Boosie and didn't pardon him. He didn't pardon Boosie. Boosie fighting the Fed case. He didn't touch him. And I know Boosie's sick. Like, what about me? Yeah, what about me? I came to the little meeting, I came to the thing. But politics. I don't know if Mark Zuckerberg, a Trump supporter. I don't know when Boosie be going at it with certain people. Do they play a part? I can't say the fun boy thing because Trump ain't with that. So it ain't that. And Boosie, best believe God, Jesus, because you're a Baptist man. He definitely gonna hear and see how you react to YoungBoy getting pardoned. Is you gonna be like, why me? And get mad and have a bad day when God done gave you all these blessings just because you didn't get that one. Now you forget about all the blessings he gave you. You got to take with YoungBoy. You got to graduate. All the other stuff you got. You got all this extra stuff. But just because God didn't let Trump pardon you, now you upset again. Now you being mean to others. Now you cursing people out. Just like how he watching you, how you didn't get your kids for the summer. How you react to that. Wishing that they lose sports games and this and that. When it's all good, you happy. But when something don't go your way, you wishing people lose and all the other stuff you say that's not on camera. And yeah. So yeah. Is you one of them ungrateful type of guys. You should also thank God when things don't go your way. When it ain't in your favor. But if you're on your conspiracy shit, like you could look at it like, well, Boosie can't do what YoungBoy can do. We ain't finna keep letting all these rappers out. We'll let one street guy to change his life, Larry Hoover, and then we're gonna let a rapper. We ain't finna just, nah. Especially two from the same city. One thing YoungBoy can do is fill in prison yards right back up with a lot of YNs crashing out. Dudes that's older than them crashing out. So who getting paid? If YoungBoy continue to be YoungBoy, it's a lot of different LLCs, S corporations, a lot of employees that's gonna get paid because Trump let YoungBoy walk free. He could travel, hospital, funeral home, prison home, the courthouse, the ambulance worker, the fire department, police officers. The bonds been getting paid. Look at all these people getting paid. Like I say, the jailhouse, the prison house, guards, the sheriffs, SWAT team. Because all these different YNs and females, everybody gonna be crashing out or wilding out. They're not crashing out, catching charges. So all these different businesses gonna get paid. With Boosie, not so much. He ain't got to grow no more. As far as like controlling the youth and nah. And plus, he already doing shows. We already see the results. So with YoungBoy though, people ain't seen him. We see Boosie every weekend. We ain't seen YoungBoy in person. So free him up. Let everybody go crazy this summer. And we need to make the economy. We need to make more money. We need these private prisons, all these different businesses. Yeah, they need to make money. And young boy, he could be one of the guys that can help with this problem right here. They can help these different businesses get more money, get more businesses. Get more business. He could be the one. He is one of them ones. Larry Hoover, no. Larry Hoover, no. But with young boy, yeah. So if I can name 8, 9 different businesses that's gonna get paid, that's a lot of employees spread it all through America. It's gonna eat, let alone what the other criminals and other motherfuckers gonna do. So many prosecutors gonna get paid, lawyers. So many people getting paid. In between time, motherfuckers gonna be spending money. The same people that's gonna be getting locked up, they're gonna be spending money at the malls, the shoe stores, restaurants, car dealerships, because they, keeping up with the lifestyle. So many people getting paid. Juryman. All that shit, man. So, you can look at it like that. Free him up all the way. Let him get right back on the narcotics. Let him rap about it. Push that energy out there. And it's going to bring so many J's, so many overdoses, so many, yeah. So, yeah, that's a win. That's a win-win for Trump and these different businesses, these corporations. Let one person out, and it's going to bring hundreds of thousands of people into the penitentiary, to the grave, to the hospital. All these different businesses are going to get all this money. If you're on your conspiracy shit, you can think like that. Then you got young boy, just a chosen one. He got lucky. Just like how when Trump pardoned Kodak and Lil Wayne and all that stuff, it was young boy turn. So besides the conspiracy theories and all that shit there, young boy gotta watch out. The real test gonna be him not crashing out, him not toting more guns, him not placing himself in certain situations. His crew not placing themselves in certain situations that'll make him crash out or drop bags or, yeah.
Because just because Trump pardoned young boy and he good to go now, he can travel, he can do what he want to do, he can smoke, all of that. That don't mean the fight over with the feds. That don't mean the feds and through all they hard work, evidence they got, paperwork, all the nights they spend looking at YouTube, interviews, listening to lyrics, they just destroy everything because Trump done pardoned him. Nah, they still got unsolved murders. They still got shootings. They still got whatever you can bring into RICO, gangs, TBG, BBG, 4K trade. They still got all that there. He beat them type of charges. He ain't get pardoned from the RICO. So we let young boy out, let him run up, let him get all this money, year or two, let him send all these people to prison, let him send all these people to the hospital, overdosing, more on drugs heavier, all these different people get paid, and then we slap them with the RICO. More people die, falls like beefing, then we slap them with the RICO. And the other crew too, probably. They can be patient. The feds, they can be patient. They got other cases they can focus on. You know what I'm saying? Like, so you never know. The government still can get the last laugh. They'll let mother get a win right now. So you never know how they playing. They probably feel like if we let that young boy, do a thing for a year, 2 or 3, or a year and a half, 2, whatever, how long, 1 year, he gonna give us so much more evidence. He gonna do so much more informants, more wiretaps, more this and that, and then we gonna come. Cause we still got all this shit we can still slap him with that he did in 2016 or his crew did 2015, 2017, 2018, stuff like that.
So niggas around young boy, y'all gotta watch how y'all move too far as like y'all not getting deleted, putting yourself in certain situations that'll make young boy, go back to his old ways. So if he in the studio, y'all niggas need to chill. Y'all don't need to be in the hood. Everybody gotta have a different mind frame. Cause young boy can easily pick up 100 M's or more in the year. You know, doing tours, shows, features. Yeah, like it's enough to stay busy. So it just depends on how young boy feel. He can feel one way and think positive, but as soon as he get out there and get outside, that shit suck him right back in. So if y'all a real young boy fan, y'all gotta be praying that young boy got his mind right. The money already right. The money gonna be there. The money is there. You just gotta go get it. Stay out of the way. Don't let the habits take control. Don't let the beef take control. Don't let the ops, all the negative shit, take control. Don't let them do it. You already done proved that you're tough. You already done proved that you can get shit whacked. You already done proved that, you can get the highest of the high. Peel, you done beat the feds. You got pardoned. All type of shit. You done proved it. You done beat the fed, got pardoned, So now, you gotta go get that 100 M's. You gotta go get that 80 M's, 70 M's, 150 M's, whatever. You gotta go get that. You gotta go get that. Like, he could do that, he'd be all right. Hey, get you some real security like you had in Utah. Your ops, they gonna hate anyway. They gonna have something to say anyway. Whether you got the realest niggas with you and y'all stepping on shit and getting the whack, they still gonna pop this shit. And if you moving militant with the Utah people, that type of, you know what I'm saying, that look right there, the army man, they gonna say something about that. So they always gonna say something. So we ain't finna let no words and nigga running their mouth trick you off the streets or make you do some shit you don't supposed to be doing. Or you ain't gotta do at the moment. Yeah, I know it's niggas that still gotta die. Young boy, right, it's still niggas on the list. They gotta get X'd out. They gotta go. They gotta go. But just turn it down. Like, let's get the money. Let's stack it up. That shit can wait. That shit can wait. Now, if it's an easy, I caught you slipping, I caught you slipping. But nah, bro, like, you got to stay out of BR. You got to stay out of Louisiana. Even though you got 2 shows in Louisiana, I think. But other than that, like, as far as like, you ain't working, you just, we can't be doing it like that. It's a high risk. Young boy's still young, so man, it's hard to convince him to stay focused and leave the bullshit alone and nigga popping this, running their mouth saying little shit in songs, the sneak disses, and nigga hear all that. Like, it's hard. You a young, like, you cocky, partners, all type of shit like that can make a nigga cocky. So you gotta be real careful, man. But besides all that, man, if young boy can beat the odds, which he already beat the feds and got partners and shit, if he can beat the odds on the street with the habits, with the ops and all that, man, he gonna continue to be that big superstar. He gonna be bigger than he ever been. Because now he get to move around and the fans get to actually see him. So that's my thoughts on this right here, man. Y'all follow me on IG, _gang_spitter. Y'all donate to the channel. $, the gang spitter 704. He was with him. Go.
Second Baptist Church. Dr. Epps has faithfully served Second Baptist as its senior pastor for 37 years. What a legacy of love and leadership. Pastor and Mrs. Epps will be honored at a luncheon on Saturday, July 26, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Sheraton Universal Hotel in Universal City, and you're invited to attend. Noted scholar Dr. Michael Eric Dyson is the keynote speaker. For ticket information, please contact epsretirement@gmail.com. or call 213-399-2103. That's epsretirement@gmail.com or call 213-399-2103. To Pastor Epps and First Lady Epps, congratulations from all of us at KBLA Talk 1580.
Welcome in. Happy Wednesday. You were locked in with Jill Monroe on KBLA Talk 1580. And we got to shout out the legend, one of my mama's favorite, the incomparable Gladys Knight. Happy birthday to Gladys Knight. Shout out to Love Overboard. This saved the overtime for me. Like 80s Gladys, that was a vibe. She had some little bops, you know. Her hair was always popping. We love it. Listen, you were locked in with Jill Monroe on KBLA Talk 1580. We are going to get into these headlines, trending topics. You know, we got it all for you as always. Tonight, we are serving politics, pettiness, and a pop of different type of petty that only the culture could serve up. No, we do it. We are getting into your president, Donald Trump. He's back doing what he does best, granting pardons, grabbing headlines, and this time it's kind of interesting the list of names that are on his pardon list. So we're going to get into some details of that. We're also going to talk a little bit about Cassie and her response. First of all, congratulations. She had her third child with husband, Alex Fine. Congratulations, you know. And we talked about briefly Diddy's former assistant, Capricorn Clark, was on the stand yesterday in the United States versus Sean Combs. And she talked about, you know, Cassie stating that there is, I'm sure there were several, not all of them valid, but there's a reason why she felt like she couldn't leave Diddy at least at one point in time. So we're going to get into a couple of those details, and we're going to get into a little bit of Shannon Sharpe and why he canceled his tour, plus Stefon Diggs. You know, listen, being a power couple is a goal, right? For many. He got his now superstar rapper girlfriend, right? At what stage or phase should we say Stefon is at as far as his NFL career? Are we on the back end of it? Are we still a little bit, you know, he's not the hot young superstar that he once was, but he was partying like one, looked like James Harden in 04, something like that. Nah, probably not that long ago, on a yacht. And his coach is speaking out about some of the activities that he was involved in. So we'll get into all of those details. But you know,
how we get down here. Before we get into all of that, I got to let you know about a couple of conversation starters. First up, Amazon MGM has just released the official poster and images for The Pickup. It's a new action comedy coming next month. It stars Eddie Murphy, Pete Davidson, Eva Longoria, and Keke Palmer. And let me tell you, Keke Palmer is playing a villain named Zoe, a criminal mastermind going after an armored truck driven by Murphy and Davidson, who happen to get matched up together on the wrong day. I'm sorry, it doesn't premiere next month. It premieres in August. I'm already ahead. And it also features Marshawn Lynch, Roman Reigns. It's directed by Tim Story, and it's dropping August 6th on Amazon. All right, so we'll be locked in for more details of that. When we come forward, we're going to get into these trending topics and headlines. It's Wednesday, so you know what that means. All up in the business with Damon Haley. He's in the building, of course. And more trending topics and headlines. You're locked in with Jill Monroe on KBLA Talk 1580.
Are you ready for the hottest entertainment scoop in Los Angeles? She's bringing you exclusive interviews with today's biggest stars, behind-the-scenes Hollywood insights, and all the entertainment news you need to know. She's breaking down what's trending, what's ending, and what's just beginning in the world of entertainment. You're riding with Jill Monroe on KBLA Talk 1580.
1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. You ready?
KBLA Talk 1580 celebrates its 4th anniversary this year on Juneteenth.
Here we go again.
Hard to believe 4 years has gone by so fast.
Oh my God.
But here we are, still standing, still loving and serving our people as best we can.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
To celebrate our 4th anniversary, we have 4 big events, and you're invited to all of them.
She got a lot to say. Let's do this.
Let's get it on! On Wednesday, June 18th, we go live on C-SPAN for the 2nd consecutive year with our Climate Justice Plus Black Health Symposium. Tavis Smiley will moderate an all-star panel of thinkers and influencers as we continue our vitally important climate justice work.
Hey, Tavis Smiley, talk about.
On Thursday, June 19th, you're invited to join us as we celebrate Juneteenth and our 4th anniversary. There'll be plenty of food, fun, great music, good vibes, and all of your favorite KBLA Talk 1580 hosts will be there.
Yeah, man.
Check the beat. On Saturday, June 21st, there are 2 big events you're invited to attend.
I can't wait to hear it.
This year, KBLA Talk 1580 continues its annual partnership with the Empowerment Congress for a community celebration and dialogue to educate, engage, and empower. This year's theme is resilience in the face of chaos.
Can't wait to see what's up next.
Y'all ain't ready for this.
And new this year is our State of Black Women in Los Angeles Symposium, moderated by Dominique DePrima, with a luncheon to follow. Dominique will be leading a dialogue with some of the most impactful Black women leaders in Los Angeles, and you're invited to join.
This is it.
All of these events are free, but seating is limited, so you must register in advance at our KBLA1580.com website, where you can find all the details you need about each event.
Check it out.
It's our 4th anniversary, and we would love to celebrate it with you.
I love you guys so much. There's nothing you can do about it.
We're KBLA Talk 1580.
The only black talk radio station west of the Mississippi.
Thank you for having our black.
Happy anniversary, KBLA.
We love you. Love you.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare, and I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call. I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-857-8866. 800-857-8866. 800-857-8866.
Now back to more entertainment news with Jill Monroe on KBLA Talk 1580.
Welcome back in. You are locked in with Jill Monroe on KBLA Talk 1580. And before we dive into these trending topics and headlines, we get down over here, 800-920-1580 if you want to join the conversation. Of course, hit us up on social media. We are everywhere, KBLA 1580. I am, of course, at Stiletto Jill. Holla at us, say hello. Download the app, take us with you. Take us with you, yeah, on the go. Leave us a voice note. You can leave messages there. If you're too shy to call in, and let's see, what else can you do? There's podcasts. So make sure that you are tapped in wherever you get your podcast at. And, tap those fingers, thumbs up. Of course, the YouTube chat, that's always bustling, bubbling. Shout out to them. They're getting it in already. And, like I mentioned, it's all up in the business Wednesday. So we have Damon Haley, entrepreneur, strategist, author, all of the things in the studio with us. We're going to get into a little bit about Dr. Dre and that 10 million, I believe it was, donation to Compton High. And so we're going to talk a little bit about legacies and leaving your mark. And I do have a question about it because we're so cynical now, right? And we know that giving to charity or being placed in certain situations to give back, it's a beautiful thing. It's the right thing. But is it always from the heart, and does that matter? Right? Because you think about something like Dre is obviously not Donald Sterling. I'm not comparing the two. Just pointing out something like Donald Sterling had monies that did a lot of good, but he was still a terrible individual, right? And he did all of these things, but it's part of the pack. So are people still cynical when they see donations like this? Are they really happy about the end result, or does it matter because sometimes it's a little bit of brand rehab? So we'll get into a little bit of that. But first up, your president, he was busy today. He was getting it in, right? There are several pardons that came down. So Larry Hoover, he had been sentenced to multiple life sentences, more than 200 years in prison, right? He was found guilty of murder, conspiracy, and corruption. Now, some have their feelings about the validity of these charges, if he was overcharged, if he was correctly charged at all, right? He was locked up back in 1973. So we are talking 52 years, right? I believe Larry Hoover is in his late 70s now, something like that. And Trump has decided that this man will walk free. I know a lot of people are excited about that. He was specifically locked up for ordering the murder of a rival gang member. And then he was hit with federal charges in the 90s for running a criminal enterprise from behind bars. So that's one of the pardons that went down, Again, that's where I mentioned the overcharge. Some people feel like maybe the RICO charge wasn't fair. Was it really fair? Was he really doing what he was doing in the 90s? I mean, listen, RICO was created because there's all these little pieces. And if you're moving the pieces behind the scenes, kind of as a criminal enterprise, maybe. I don't know. But he's free. So there's that. He also gave a pardon to NBA YoungBoy Kentrell Gaulden. I believe that's how you pronounce his last name. A full pardon, right? So NBA YoungBoy is one of the most streamed rappers of all time. He pled guilty to felony possession of a firearm, I believe back in November of 2024. And he was recently released in March 2025 after serving time at a correctional facility in Alabama. So Trump also signed pardons for Todd and Julie Christie. They're the reality TV show couple. I know you've seen them. They've been around for a while. They were accused of fraud, and allegedly, the list is much longer, right? It supposedly includes former government employees like Connecticut Governor John G. Rowland, New York Representative Michael Grimm. Are we here for it? Damon, do you have any thoughts on this activity, or is this good for us? There goes your theme music.
Well, I think our president is very strategic. I think, one, our president as well as the administration. So he does get counsel. I think he does get advisement. And I haven't looked at the full list, but I'm pretty sure that I can create some connective tissue to each release benefiting him in some way, shape, or form, building a bigger audience. I mean, all of Chicago is probably loving the
That Larry Hoover, yeah.
So he gets a big chunk, and he gets a pass in Chicago. He does. He's going to get a pass for Larry Hoover. And so I think that, one, in and of itself, I mean, anybody people can change from the 70s to all the way now. He can change. So does he deserve another chance? Yes. Some people, anybody in prison deserves a second chance. So I'm not debating that, but I will say that probably some of his selections and some of his stuff probably is strategic and positioning. And I hate to think that way about him, but that's just the way he has acted so far, as long as I've known Donald Trump.
Right. Andy? No. Royal Jenkins in the chat says president usually signs pardon in the last year of the 4 term. Yeah, we're only 6 months in, but
That's
things happen. So we have a caller on the line, Eric from Carson. Get in here. Welcome in, Eric. Always great to hear from you.
Hey, Jill, how you doing?
I'm amazing.
I just had a quick chime in about our president.
Yes, sir.
The civil rights, it seems like the civil rights movement on the Edmund Pettus Bridge back in 1965, it wasn't just about Martin Luther King. It was about the civil rights, I'm just going to say individuals who participated in that march. And I feel like we need a leader today, somebody like Ben Crump, somebody to step up and start a movement so we can quit talking about Trump and take action against the ludicrous behavior that he is administering.
I mean, potentially, yeah. I mean, you're not wrong, but I don't know what. These are things that people have been talking about, preparing. We've all talked about Project 2025. Trump got in there and got busy. We lost the House on this. I mean, there's all of these things. It feels like, keep fighting, but we're just going to have to buckle down for the next 4 years. And I don't know really how you're going to move him out of office for the term, at least. Do you know what I'm saying? He's a convicted felon. Just all of the things that we know that have happened that should not even allowed him to run again. And we already know he's talking about term limits. What? We're getting rid of those. I'm going to be back in here. So it all sounds good in theory, right? But actionable plans, I don't know. That's above my pay grade. I don't know what to do, but to stay focused, hunker down, and stay focused on your focus. Fahima Sek in the chat says Larry Hoover was not released from prison due to a sentence I can't read that, by President Trump. Instead, Trump commuted Hoover's federal life sentence. Did he get a pardon for something? So are you saying he's not going to be released, that the state charges will still keep him in? I have to look that up because I didn't get into the weeds. I just saw that he pardoned Larry Hoover, a little bit about it, and the list of others. So perhaps there's more to it that I need to investigate. Morris Phillips says Donald Trump has made a mockery of our criminal justice system. Judge Juan Merchan should have jailed Trump. He's made a mockery of a lot of things. Do you know what I'm saying? What can we do? The fact that we always have to go back to, and remember, I'm an entertainment show, not a political show. So we're only going to get a little bit into this, and then we're going to move around. We'll save that for the experts, the ones that thrive in these topics. But he was voted in. I know that there, may have been some trickery. We know about voter suppression, but twice now that man has been voted in, right? And we've already had this conversation, 92% opting out, Black women, blah, blah, blah. But the reality is, look at your friends and neighbors, your coworkers, or whatever, and recognize that what they may be saying, and we all know this, especially at this point, I'm for that, brother. Sister, I'm with you. May not really be true, right? What you do when you slide into that voting booth is really between you and that little digital pad at this point in time, or the Chads if you're still using the old one, whatever. But I mean, we have to realize that it's only now that some of the people, when the tariffs got introduced, are being upset. Oh, by the way, there is more political drama. I'm not a political show, but I'm just going to share this with you. Have you heard? Have you heard? Have you heard? Elon Musk has reportedly left the Trump administration. He's saying scheduling issues. He probably got in there, did enough damage, did whatever he was going to do, got his things flowing, and Bump got the next on because he got to figure out what's up with Tesla because the sales are sliding. Again, topics for another day. But I'm just saying, it stunts and shows, right? We got to look at the people standing next to us, around us, and not just our friends, but people that we interact with, because they wanted these things. It's kind of what it is there. Those are my thoughts. Shout out to Eric for calling in. Kind of just let you fall off there, but we appreciate you, Eric. Morris Phillips says racism is Trump's glue, but cruelty is his objective. I don't even know if cruelty is a part of it. I think Trump is just arrogant. I think he just wants to be the boss. He wants to be the leader. He wants to run things, and he wants to have people praise him. Look at the dumb stuff he does, like changing, the diaper thing. He wants it to be changed to the Trump. He wants his name on everything, just like he wanted. It's ego. It's crazy. It is something else. Fahima says the federal sentence was commuted, but his state prison sentence for murder with a projected parole date of 2062 remains in effect. Okay, so that's what I thought. State charges still there. So he's not getting out, but he's not under the life thing, but he's already 70 something. Does he have another 35 years that he can rock out in there till 100 to see the light of day? We'll see what happens. All right, guys. So that's your little update. Your president is out there trying to tap into the youth, the rap community, those old Republicans that still watch reality TV, and God knows what else. So we'll see what comes next. Yeah. And I'm sure we'll be hearing a lot of things, right? But I do say, once again, is this what influence looks like in 2025? Looks way different, right? All right, so let's get into a little bit about what went on over Memorial Day weekend. So we know that Cardi B and Stefan Diggs are hanging out, right? They're chilling. They're doing the boo thing. They started going public. And some videos surfaced of them on a yacht over the weekend. And this clip was really interesting because it kind of seemed like Stefan was flirting with Cardi's friends. Maybe he wasn't. He's just really nice, like one girl was like putting her hand on his neck and choke. Like, we've had lots of conversations about choking stuff over the past couple of weeks because of Cassie and Diddy. I don't know. It just seemed a really interesting situation. And then Stefan pulled out a plastic bag with some pink glittery substance in it, right? And what else have we been talking about during this Diddy trial? Pink cocaine, pink powdery substance, right? And the girls were acting like, how when you tease somebody with catnip and you like hold it up over their head and everybody's trying to reach up and grab it, kind of felt like that. And they finally got it. So I'm not really sure what was happening, right? Other than he was, giving them a treat. Maybe it was Pop Rocks. We're not going to say that it was pink cocaine or anything like that for certain. We don't know what it was. But what we do know is that the Patriots head coach, Mike, is it Vrabel? All right, says he wants his players to make great decisions, right? And he said that, Stefan's not here right now, and we'll talk about it later, but he wants them to make great decisions on and off the field. So let me ask you this, because I've talked about a lot of times about people becoming power couples, right? About what happens when two artists get together, an athlete and a singer, an athlete and a rapper, whatever. Is this a bad look for both Cardi and Stefan? Especially, this is gonna be his first year with the Patriots, right? He's been with he wasn't with Texans. Oh, last year he was with the Texans after the Bills, right? He left the Bills, he went to the Texans, he spent a year with the Texans, and now he is, boom, with the Patriots, who aren't really the Patriots anymore, but still, when we come forward, we're going to talk about that a little bit, about celebrity pairings and what it can do for your brand, and what happens if the brands are kind of off, but maybe not behind the scenes. We'll talk about that more on the other side. You're locked in with Jill Monroe on KBLA Talk 1580.
You're in the know with Jill Monroe on KBLA Talk 1580.
I'm Amber Payton with BIN News Now. Black civil rights attorney Ben Crump is scoring a major win as Harvard University agreed to give up photos of enslaved father and daughter Renty and Delia Taylor taken in 1850 for a racist study.
We think people all around the world is better for this historic settlement.
The images will go to the International African American Museum, resolving a lawsuit filed by their descendant, Tamara Lanier. 2 female Secret Service officers are suspended after a fight out of former President Obama's D.C. home. Video shows them punching, shoving, and one officer demanding a supervisor before threatening to beat up her colleague for showing up late. And Mariah Carey, Jamie Foxx, Snoop Dogg, and Kirk Franklin will be honored with Ultimate Icon Awards at the BET Awards on June 9th. Hosted by Kevin Hart, the show will feature performances from Carey, Franklin, and Snoop. Get BIN News Now on demand 24/7 on the iHeartRadio app.
Downtown LA, it's a crash, 110 southbound past the 101. 2 left lanes are blocked, delays backing up away from Stadium Way, also in Anaheim. Some connectors have reopened, 91 west to the 55 south. All lanes on the 55 southbound at Lincoln have reopened after police activity. As a result, that 57 southbound is a huge mess. Still a lot of extra pressure with delays away from Lambert as you continue southbound all the way to the 5.
Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice: continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at unbound.org.
This is the KBLA Sports Minute with Ray Richardson.
The Bethune-Cookman University baseball team is the only HBCU team in the NCAA baseball tournament. Bethune-Cookman, located in Daytona Beach, Florida, was placed in the Tallahassee Regional with Mississippi State, Northeastern, and the host school, Florida State. Bethune-Cookman plays Florida State Friday in the first-round game. Bethune-Cookman earned an automatic bid to the NCAA tournament after beating Florida A&M to win the SWAC Conference Baseball Championship. It's the first championship in any sport for Bethune since joining the SWAC in 2021. A special thank you to the NFL Baltimore Ravens. The Ravens agreed to let the HBCU MEAC Conference hold its football media day at their home field, M&T Bank Stadium. Media day for the 8 schools in the MEAC is July 25th. No debates, no speculation, just the info you need. That's your KBLA Sports Minute. I'm Ray Richardson. More news, opinions, and conversation when we come forward on KBLA Talk 1580.
KBLA Talk 1580 congratulates Pastor and Mrs. William Sachs Epps on their retirement from stewardship at the historic Second Baptist Church. Dr. Epps has faithfully served Second Baptist as its senior pastor for 37 years. What a legacy of love and leadership. Pastor and Mrs. Epps will be honored at a luncheon on Saturday, July 26th, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Sheraton Universal Hotel in Universal City, and you're invited to attend. Noted scholar Dr. Michael Eric Dyson is the keynote speaker. For ticket information, please contact epsretirement@gmail.com or call 213-399-2103. That's epsretirement@gmail.com or call 213-399-2103. To Pastor Epps and First Lady Epps, congratulations from all of us at KBLA Talk 1580.
KBLA Talk 1580. We've got a lot to talk about.
KBLA Talk 1580, connecting you with services and solutions. The Los Angeles Regional Food Bank is on a mission to fight hunger and provide nutritious food to those in need across our community. They partner with federal, state, and local programs advocating for better policies and funding for critical hunger relief programs like Cal Fresh, the Emergency Food Assistance Program, and the Child and Adult Care Food Program. The food bank works with coalitions and local representatives to make sure hunger is addressed in every district of LA County. They also run nutrition education campaigns, raise hunger awareness, and source nutritious food for distribution, all while supporting regulations that allow food pantries to operate safely. Want to help? Visit lafoodbank.org or call 323-234-3030 to volunteer or find a food bank near you. Together, we can ensure that no one goes hungry in Los Angeles County. This is a community call to action from KBLA Talk 1580.
We've got a lot to talk about.
Hi, I'm Zoe Williams, aka the Voice of Reason, encouraging you to join me weekdays from 7 to 9 p.m. for the world's most intriguing relationship radio roundtable. Every night, I facilitate and encourage our loyal listeners to participate in the most engaging relationship discussions you'll hear anywhere. So make it a point to rendezvous with me, Zoe Williams, the Voice of Reason, Monday through Friday, 7 to 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Trust me, your relationships will never be the same. The VOR is on fire tonight.
Unapologetically progressive. KBLA Talk 1580. We've got your black. You're listening to Jill Monroe on KBLA Talk 1580.
Welcome back in. We're locked in with Jill Monroe on KBLA Talk 1580. Drift on the memory of Cardi rapping. One day maybe we'll get her sophomore album. But right now, she's hanging out.
I don't even think it's necessary at this point.
What, her sophomore album?
Yeah.
Why? You think just
Leave it alone. It's one of them Lauryn Hill type situations. I mean, as a music fan, you want to hear music from your favorite artist. But I don't know, from a legacy standpoint, I think she's okay. I don't think a new album is necessary.
Well, what's she gonna do though?
I mean, she could act, she could do whatever else she want to do entertainment wise. She doesn't have to, be stuck to music. She already has a great personality.
Facts. No. All right. Well, we were talking about Cardi's new boo, Stefon Diggs, and he's in a little bit of hot water because he was on a boat, a yacht with Cardi and her friends, and they were partying, hanging out, and a little pink sparkly substance in a clear cellophane bag was passed. Andy,
You sure it wasn't that Cameron juice?
the pink powder.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, we don't know what it was. It could have been a multitude of things. Like, I could have been Pop Rocks. Like I said, could have been Pop Rocks. However, right? The question begs, dog, Why didn't you tell the person to stop recording? Why is the person recording? Why is this type of stuff being live streamed? Like, here's the thing, good, innocent fun. You know what your expectations are as a professional NFL player. You know how your commissioner gets down. You know the type of punishments that come your way. If you're out having a good time on a boat with lots of party favors and you know there are party favors there, no cameras. Cut the cameras, B. Dead ass. To quote Black China. I'm just saying, at what point, as I mentioned, you're kind of past your peak. I'm not saying that you're, on the downslide. I'm just saying you're past your peak moment. You've been around this. You've seen all the drama that your brother has with his name out there in the streets. You know, all the drama that you've had with your name out there in the streets. You've gone to extreme pains to keep the type of women who the women are that you're dealing with. You dated Tay Heckert for years, off and on, but kept it a secret. Knew not to post her. Only post certain things. Why are you losing your mind when it comes to Cardi B in a yacht? That's all I'm saying. DH, we were just having a conversation off air a little bit where you talked about athletes versus music or entertainment. What are some of the differences that you've noticed, and why do you think sometimes athletes seem to get, I don't want to say caught up, but it just seems different?
Yeah, they get caught up and they get turned out because the whole music in Hollywood partying is so different than athlete partying. What we'll see at a Super Bowl, what we'll see at, say, an All-Star weekend, those guys are working. The athletes work for a governing body. They work for a franchise. They have a position coach and a number of coaches. So they have accountability. They have fans like that touch them and have high expectations. They have media in their face, at least during the season, half the year. With that, you just don't get to that level of looseness and uncontrollability and just outrageousness that you would with a music artist. Music in Hollywood are sometimes unregulated.
Facts.
And you come through a regulated system of high school, college, and pro. And then you get drug tested too.
You do.
So you just don't get to do all of that. And I will say that the women's motives are often the same in the end, but the way they get there is so different.
What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Explain.
Well, like throwing themselves at athletes and throwing yourselves at, celebs and things
Putting
like
yourself
that.
in position.
In position, but in a totally different way. Like looking at the clip, he should have known, hey, I'm not handling that or around that. Let me bounce. Let me go to the other side of the boat. And you're right. And this is a 30-year-old dude. It's not like he's 22 and a rookie.
He pulled it out of his little fanny side thing. They didn't slide it up to him. He pulled it out.
Right.
I'm just saying.
Right. And to handle that kind of stuff, because even, the best of drug dealers know not to touch the guns, the drugs, or the money.
As we see in the Diddy trial, Diddy didn't touch none of that.
You don't touch any of that. So once again, I think he was light with his gamesmanship around that. He should have known better at his age, not to be in those scenes, to cut the cameras and all that kind of stuff. Because at the end of the day, it's young people having fun on a yacht Memorial Day weekend.
And they should party. Andy, you think we're being unrealistic or unreasonable?
What was in the pink little baggies? It's a lot of insinuation right here. And I think,
it is.
And unfortunately, it is 2025. And I just think that he was having a good time. He wasn't thinking about any cameras. But once again, even if you did your due diligence and took everybody's cell phone, there's cameras everywhere.
So let me tell you. Well, go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, I'll share. Those who know. So I've handed, say, athletes a lot of stuff that they aren't endorsed with, and they'll rip the label off because they know cameras are around. They'll do certain things. They'll go through certain entries. Once again, I think it's for him to be doing that for the organization he's with, which is the Patriots, which, 7 or however many, championships they won or Super Bowls they've won and all that kind of stuff, to know cameras around and be in that space. I agree. He was having fun. If that pink stuff is Pop Rocks, it's really no problem. But if it isn't, or it can be interpreted as something else, then there is a problem. If I'm the coach, I'm like, make better decisions. That can still happen, but don't get filmed doing it. That can still happen, but stay away from that kind of scenario. Now, you can hang out with Cardi B's friends and do all that kind of stuff, but I would definitely have a talk with him. Not a major discussion, but I would like have a little bit of a conversation with him.
I mean, you think about how much fever did we give Ja Morant, right? And okay, it's not guns, but it could potentially be construed as something else. They were in Miami and pink crystals or whatever has been a topic of conversation a lot lately because of the Diddy trial, because of some other things. It just wasn't a good look. And let's be real. You're at a party on a yacht Memorial Day weekend. There's going to be party favors there, right? All you got to do is not be on camera.
Yeah.
I'm not even saying don't be there. If that's your get down, do what you do and make sure you flush your system or whatever. But you got to be smarter in 2025. None of this is any more oopsie. Oh, I'm surprised. Oops, what happened there? Andy?
So do we know, does he know, or do we know that he knows that he was being recorded?
Oh, no. Let me see. You have to know that. Period. Because there's a code of conduct thing. He works for a union and all that kind of stuff. And the NFL Shield is a brand in and of itself. So that kind of stuff, it would warrant it warrants a quote from his coach, and it warrants a conversation. It's not a problem or an issue, but it is a concern about just judgment. And you have to know that you have that, because I guarantee you there were tons of other athletes that were having a great time on a boat with illegal substance and legal substances and just didn't get filmed.
I mean, listen, there are tons of players. Like, I've signed an NDA to go to something. It wasn't a big deal. It wasn't anything salacious really happening, but I had to sign an NDA. I have given up my phone more times than I care to admit going into some things. But what I also will say is, if I don't feel safe or if I feel like it's a sketchy environment or people, I don't want to go that bad. I don't have to go that bad. But to Damon's point, he's not a rookie. This isn't his second or third year in the league. He's dated high profile people. He's watched his brother go through a lot of stuff with high profile women and multiple kids. You watch Cardi crash out and go through things. You don't want those problems, man. You don't. You just want to collect your check, ride off, have fun with this, and keep it moving. So why are you not being more aware? Andy, you looking frustrated.
I'm just over here like, we are over here overreacting for what we insinuate to be some party favors. For all we know, that was probably some Lindor chocolate.
I said it could have been Pop Rocks. Lindor chocolate is not pink and powdered.
They got different colors.
Not powdered. But
I will say, if you're rolling alone, like that's why a musician they roll alone. But when you're part of a team,
they don't roll alone though. They have their entourage.
But what I'm saying is they don't have a team that they work. They don't have coworkers. Like Stephon Diggs has that's why they went to the coach, because he got a boss. Cardi B don't have a boss. She don't have teammates. So those are the things that I think athletes are held to a different standard because their work environment is different. And this probably is not a problem. It's not an issue. It's just something the coach says, hey, make better decisions. And I know what the coach means. Don't get on camera. Don't handle that stuff.
Facts.
That's all. And the coach is a former player. So he's like saying, come on, man.
We just got to get you to use a little bit better judgment. You can have your fun, but come on.
Patriots ain't doing nothing this season anyway, so it don't even matter. Go ahead and collect your check, Stephon.
Listen, when we come forward, we're going to get into Dr. Dre dropping $10 million at Compton High. We're going to talk a little bit about Shannon Sharpe and this canceled nightcap tour, plus more trending topics and headlines. You're locked in with Joe Monroe on KBLA Talk 1580.
Your ride with Jill Monroe on KBLA Talk 1580.
Marina Del Rey turns 60, and you're invited to the party. Join us Saturday, May 31st from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. at Burton Chase Park for Marina Culture Jam, a free community celebration packed with music, dance, art, and fun for all ages. Experience electrifying performances by Takeo Project and Inca. Take a historic harbor tour, join the Freedom Drum Circle, and hop on a $1 water bus ride. Celebrate culture, connection, and coastline. RSVP at beaches.lacounty.gov/Marina Culture Jam.
Pasadena City College is proud to support Conversation Live Altadena Rising with James Farr. For over 100 years, PCC has been a pillar of the community, and we're here for you as we work together to recover from the Eaton fire and rebuild Altadena's future. At PCC, we offer diverse career education programs that prepare you for in-demand jobs, fueling both today's recovery and tomorrow's growth. Whether you're starting a new career or advancing your skills, PCC gives you tools to build your future and your community. Pasadena City College, here for the Dena, here for you. Learn more at pccfordena.com.
KBLA Talk 1580.
KBLA Talk 1580, connecting you with services and solutions. Worried about eviction? You have rights, and Stay Housed LA can help. Stay Housed LA is a partnership between LA County, the City of Los Angeles, and local service providers. From Lancaster to Long Beach, we're here to help you with tenant education workshops, legal clinics, free legal services for eligible tenants, and online resources about tenant protection laws. Don't face eviction alone. Call our hotline at 1-888-694-0040. That's 1-888-694-0040. Or visit stayhousedla.org. Stay Housed LA, keeping Los Angeles residents in their homes. Stay Housed LA, your rights, your home, our community. This is a community call to action from KBLA Talk 1580.
The California Crusader newspaper would like to thank all of our subscribers for their support throughout the years, proudly serving the South Los Angeles and South Bay areas for more than 40 years. The California Crusader is a multicultural, Black-owned, adjudicated newspaper that focuses on providing newsworthy information to the people in our community. We're constantly looking for ways to assist businesses in our community to connect with our subscribers. We provide low-cost, effective ways to promote your business with our reasonable and affordable advertising rates. You can participate by suggesting, sharing, and submitting your stories on the California Crusader newspaper Community Share Facebook group page, or visit our website at cal-cruise-news.com. That's cal-cruise-news.com. Then click on the Submit Now button located on the top right corner of the homepage, or text CCN to 42828. Again, text CCN to 42828. The California Crusader newspaper, working together to build a better community for our future. Subscribe today.
You're listening to Jill Monroe on KBLA Talk 1580.
Welcome back in. You are locked in with Jill Monroe on KBLA Talk 1580. So, we're down to the last 10 minutes of the hour. We still have so much to discuss. So let's get into this. I mentioned this the other day. Shout out to Dr. Dre. He donated $10 million to Compton High for the rebuild of their campus, specifically the music school that is within it. I mean, I'm told the campus looks beautiful. Sliding doors. What are they called? Skylights in there, sound systems, top tier for studio instruction, live studio performance, and things like that. We need underserved areas with this type of campus, this type of infusion, because I feel that it inspires. It makes you, feel good about going to school every day. You're not going to something that's depleted. But let's talk a little bit about it, DH.
Oh, I love it. I mean, Dre's doing something in Inglewood too. So, yeah, he's doing
at Morningside, right? Yep, they're taking over part of Morningside's campus and making it for he and Jimmy Iovine, the music school, right?
Love it. They set the groundwork at USC. They gave, I think, $35 million for that.
Correct.
And so now he's dumping into Inglewood and Compton. I love it. I think that, obviously we need that kind of investment with budget cuts and all of that. We know that to be an accountant, a lawyer, a doctor, all that kind of stuff is going away in our community, unfortunately, and trades are going away. So now it's all the creative stuff, so I think he's fueling his passion and he's allowing for the next Dre to come about, and I love it. I mean, I love the idea of him investing in Inglewood and Compton and USC students and all that kind of stuff.
Andy?
Black people. Has Dr. Dre redeemed himself? Because when he did make that USC deal, I know a lot of people were upset. But now he's giving back to the hood. Does he redeem himself? Are we happy now?
I mean, and that I kind of wanted to talk about that because people are, back and forth. Should you, again, people have their feelings about Dre. Still, 30 years later, for what happened with D Barnes, for what Michelet has said happened to her, for what ex-wife Nicole said, they maybe not the freak offs, but as far as the abuse, Dre, Diddy, right? And people are offended. But think about all the students that this type of stuff helps. Now, on one hand, that's how people are able to keep cover. But ultimately, as you mentioned, DH, the budget cuts thing, how long have the arts been out of schools being funded? I know that when I was young in elementary school, I took violin and flute lessons at school.
Mm-hmm.
That was something, and I'm talking elementary school. That was something, they gave you the instrument too. You had to give it back at the end of the year.
Yeah.
But I mean, and we lost all those programs. We lost dance programs. So do you think that, people question, are these just things to rehab their image and to buy favor?
Well, to answer Andy's question, I believe Jimmy Iovine drove the USC investment, and Dre went along, so to speak. That's when they were popping with the first, I think it was 10 years ago or 12 years ago, when they got the $3 billion for the Beats by Dre when Apple purchased them. And so I don't think that Dre is a philanthropist, or was back then. I think Jimmy was older than him and understood the positioning of that, and kind of Dre went along for the ride. Let's face it, this is our first wave of kind of hip hop and having this kind of money and all that kind of stuff. And people change from when they 30 to 40. So Dre, I'm sure he's 60, probably he's close to 60. He's now probably seeing his legacy and seeing what's necessary in a communities plural, that gave him love. So I think he redeemed himself, because never any redemption in my eyes of the USC decision. He just decided to do something different there. But what he's doing now is great, fabulous, etc. Because if he does nothing, we forget about D Barnes, which was 40 years. I mean, that was a long time ago.
1989.
Yeah, 35.
91,
yeah, that's like 35. I mean, it's over half his life ago. And I just think that, does he get a second chance? Of course he does. Of course, a man pushing 60 is different than a dude with kids and all that kind of stuff, is different than a young man. Now, it's them. If he apologized to his wife and all that kind of stuff for who he used to be, if they say, if he apologized and they accept his apology, it's okay with me. But what he's doing for these kids and what he's doing for the city of Inglewood and Compton and the students at SC and all the other stuff that we don't know he's doing, he good with me.
I agree. I mean, but the question's going to be asked, and the conversation's going to ensue. All right, really quickly, let me run down these last couple of topics. So Capricorn Clark, she was on the stand yesterday, and she was asked about Cassie's talent. She said that she believes Cassie is talented, but not very talented. She said Mariah and Whitney are very talented. Cassie's pretty and is a studio singer. She also said that when she told Cassie to leave Diddy, Cassie said, who am I date? Jay-Z's already taken. I'll leave you with those thoughts. Shannon Sharp, we know that he has a $50 million sexual assault lawsuit that is currently in flux, happening. So he has announced that they had a tour that was scheduled for Nightcap, and they were headed to Atlanta, Houston, LA, and Miami, all the things, all the spots. Well, that tour has been pushed to 2026, summer of 2026. That's a lot of time. And oh, by the way, remember, he's not on ESPN right now. He still has Nightcap, still has Club Shay Shay. But what do we think is going to happen with Shay Shay in general? The man.
You know, honestly, I can't call it and be definitive in calling it, but I do think he still has. He might not be able to do the ESPNs and the major networks and all that because it'll always hover. Like we're talking about Dre and what he did in '89,
right?
So I don't think we'll allow Shannon, and when I say we, I mean some listeners and power players to even take the chance on him. So he'll continue to do the streaming stuff and be okay. And because that's more it's more democratic. If I like him, I listen, but it's nobody saying here's a boatload of money and do this for us. So I think he'll continue to do what he's doing now. Touring is great. He's like a old R&B singer. You got to get out there to make your money.
I mean, man, you do. I
think he'll do that.
Listen, thank you guys for locking in. As always, shout out to Morris Phillips. He says to you, DH, the donation was made years ago. The Inglewood Unified School District is jealous. Well, we'll see what happens. You know, we know Morningside is going away. So the campus is being used for something. I'm sure the other side is going to be parking for the SoFi or for the Intuit Dome. I don't know. But thank you guys for locking in for these trending topics and headlines. Remember, we're here every Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. on weekends, too. You want to tap in? I'm 7 days a week. I'm the only KBLA talent that's on 7 days a week. Shout out to me. Thank you guys for tapping in. Coming up next is Zoe Williams, the voice.
Santa Monica.
I'm Amber Payton with BIN News Now. Black New York City Mayor Eric Adams is suing for $3.4 million in public funds for his re-election campaign, arguing he's a victim of a politically motivated federal indictment. The city's campaign finance board had denied the funds due to missing paperwork and delayed filings. Adams' lawyers say the board's earlier denial linked to his indictment was unfair. A former stylist for Sean Diddy Combs and Cassie testified he feared Cassie might harm herself fleeing Diddy after a fight.
What's the deal? What's the deal? What's the deal? We are live, man. Big oranges in the chat one time. Big oranges in the chat, man. Big oranges in the chat, man. How y'all feeling, man, on this fine Friday, man? It's lit one time. It's going up, man. I got a superstar in the back of me, man, one time. Got a superstar in the back of me. That's all I'm trying to tell y'all, man. You feel me? He chilling, you know what I'm saying? He been good doing his thing. You took a little time off because it been too crazy for my boy. Smack, what's going on, man? What you got for us?
Yeah, man, it's Friday. We got the host T-Rail in the building. Y'all know me, Smacky, the best co-host in the motherfucking world. You dig? And my sis, Strawberry Decker, she ain't here now, but she'll be here in a second. No cap. What's popping, man?
What's going on, man? You feel me? Now we got to practice not cursing, homie.
I curse?
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. We practicing. We practicing.
My bad.
You know what I'm saying? We practicing. Let me take my chat up off of here, off the Scrizine, man. You feel me? Hold on. Let me take y'all off of here. Shots out, though. Shots out, man.
dig?
Shots out, though. Shots out, man. Right before we get into it, y'all already know, man, this episode is presented by Prize Picks. Play with 5, man. Get 50 instantly. All you got to do is use our code BOF. Man, come on, man. Make sure y'all download the app right now. You know what I mean? Come on, man. I've been going crazy on Twitch, man. So y'all better follow me over there, man. We was going crazy over there. Shout out to OKC though, man. Shout out to OKC, man. And look, this weekend. Well, yeah, this weekend, Saturday. Make sure y'all show up, man. Support my boy. May 31st. You feel me? HWBP Worldwide, man. My boy SB.
What he got going?
He got his little, clothing line pop up.
Where at?
It's right on the screen on Pico.
This Saturday?
This Saturday, man. Pop up on my boy from 2 to 6, man. Go support, man. Black-owned businesses, man.
I'm gonna have to pull up on my nigga SB. I miss that
Pull
nigga.
up on my boy SB, man. Pull up on my boy SB,
nigga
man.
SB,
Good looking for my boy Ben with the water, man. And y'all know, man. June 5th, next week.
Movie.
Next
rate
week.
the haters. We will be there, Fig Community. So get your tickets now, because you're not going to be able to go to the BET concert. So come hang out with us, man. The Fig Community boys, you dig?
Come hang out with us, man. Come do it up with us, man. Y'all already know the deal, man. Come hang out with us, man. Let's do it, man. Love y'all. Big spam in the chat with them oranges. Love y'all. Love y'all. Love y'all, man. You feel me? And most importantly, too, man, Sorella got a sale going on, so you can use our code BOF, man. Make sure y'all get y'all 50% off the whole site, man. Let's do it up, man. 50% off the whole site.
98% off.
Up to 98% off, man. That's how they get you. But you can
you better go run it up.
That's how they get you. That's how they get you. But you can use our code BOF, man. So tell your girl right now, don't worry about nothing, man. Well, what's going on? Yeah, big oranges in the chat.
It's a lot going on, man.
There's a lot going on out here, man.
I had left out of town. I didn't even get to come back and talk about the dot shit or nothing, the sizzle shit. Yeah, I mean, we didn't get to talk about. I know y'all probably talking about it, but you know I'm here now. I got to put my narrative on it. You dig?
Okay. I had my narrative too. And
What's your narrative? Yeah,
I'm like, I didn't even hear it.
That's crazy. That's crazy. You didn't hear that? Like that's wow. You in the motherfucker.
I didn't hear him at all.
You in the arena and you didn't hear it?
No, I didn't even hear it.
You was too groupied out thinking somebody was finna come on stage. You was too fanned out and shit, nigga.
I didn't hear him at all. Come on, man. That's crazy, man. Shouts out though. My boy was in there moving around. Moving around the concert, doing his thing.
Yeah, that's what
I shot that narrative, man. Some niggas be like, man, he a hater.
And that they were saying too before I lost my phone.
He hater.
When I was in Oakland, I looked before I lost my phone. They like, you real hating on Smack. I'm like, no, yeah, he probably really didn't hear it.
But I was in the concert with you.
I know, but I'm looking at the video. You really like this on the side of Heather. Like, you really didn't hear it until she like, because as soon as he said it, she took a minute and paused and like, Smack! And you like, huh? What the fuck going on? I can see it in your face. You like, what the fuck are you talking about? Then he said it again, Smack! And then you like, oh shit. Like,
started going crazy, man. They said I was hating on my boy, man.
Nah. Shout out Dot,
They
man.
said I was hating on my boy. Oh,
Yes.
yeah, I was hating, though. Don't even worry about it.
You was hating on the nigga.
I was hating on you, bro.
You supposed to be with me.
No, I was hating on you.
You thought you was high power when you was at your little booth right there.
I was high power. That's you came over there trying to get them free drinks.
I did too.
You was trying to get some free drinks.
Then your dumb ass gonna tell me that there ain't no more drink. They cut the drinks off. Man, that's what almost got me. That's what almost got the security to hem me up. Cause now I'm over there feeding. I'm like, I need a drink. I'm forgetting how high power I am. So Jay Real walk up, I need a drink. He like, come on. We walk to the back. Boom. I go back there in the back of the room and shit. I'm making us cocktails. Boom, boom, boom. I go back, drink the cocktail. She drink hers. I'm like, I need another cocktail, right? So as I go to the thing again, security like, huh. I'm like, well, let me go. What are you doing? That's what Sizzle stopped the whole show. Hey, leave him alone. That's Smack. Let him through. And nigga looked up like this. Like he felt stupid, nigga. Boom, I went through. Shout out Scissor, man. Shout out
He
Scissor.
was happy, huh?
Hell, I'm TDE, man.
Yeah, man.
You can't fuck with
So
Smack.
what happened
man.
after the concert?
After the concert?
Y'all just went to the house?
What day
Y'all
was
went to the
it?
club or what?
After the concert?
Yeah, it was a Wednesday. It was a Wednesday.
Wednesday? Yeah, I went home.
Oh, y'all went home?
Yeah, I went home.
Yeah, because we was backstage. We was looking for you.
Yeah, I went home. You wasn't not backstage, bitch. You not high power
I
like
was
me.
backstage.
No, you
That's
wasn't.
all I'm trying to tell
Where your
you,
flicks,
bro.
where your proof, where your
No,
evidence
where-
said that
where
you was
my
back?
proof?
Yeah, where your proof? You gonna be on camera edition. You are
See, that's what I had to get at with my boy one time, man. So he tried to sit on me. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not.
Smack. It's all good. But I was backstage. I'm
No,
like,
you
damn,
wasn't.
dog, why
You
you
was-
calling his name like that?
if you
Because me
was
and Dad
back-
was talking about why he
You're
called you.
fucking lying.
No.
If you was backstage, you would have got some type
Bro,
of
what did
B-roll.
you- I got a video. video.
Let me see.
The video is coming right now. Hold
let me
on,
see
bro.
the
Hold
video.
on.
Because your passes I seen on your wrist.
Hey, bro, trying to hate on me, homie.
Oh, you went backstage with your family?
No. I mean,
I
hold
wasn't
on,
there
bro.
on that
Hold
one. I
on,
wasn't
bro.
there on that one.
I mean, hold on. Look, you see that? Look at that. Look.
No, that ain't
was
showing
asking
me
about
nothing.
the boy.
That ain't
Look,
showing me
I was
nothing.
asking about
You
the
on a
boy.
golf cart.
You
That
see
ain't
that
showing
golf
me.
cart?
That ain't showing me.
Bro, that's
I
backstage.
took a golf cart. They
No,
got
he
somebody,
didn't take
bitch.
no golf
Yes,
cart.
I did.
He didn't take no golf
They
cart,
got
homie.
me from the car. Nigga, fucking
He didn't take no golf cart. Look at that. Look at that.
That ain't showing me nothing. You high
I'm
powered.
gonna keep going because I'm on the cart with Mustard. First of all,
let me see.
Yeah, what you talking about? Hold
Nigga
on.
seen Mustard and flagged him down, bruh.
What you mean, bruh? Come on, my boy. You know what I'm saying? I'm all with Mustard, bro. I was on the car with Mustard. We been back there. Did it. I'm like, damn, you called Smack. He called his name a couple times. He loved that, bro. He's like, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Have a drinking one, anything. Come to the rim, I'm saying?
This nigga high powered. He did not see that, homie. And they was tripping. He did not see that.
I was back there.
Oh, he went.
Did
Did y'all see it on his Instagram, his Snapchat story,
Chad, homie,
his
come on.
TikTok, or anything? This nigga bullshit.
He's a
homie.
hater.
I ain't hating. I'm just keeping it real.
Hey, look, man, we're going to get back to what we used to do, man, because we got some haters in the building, though. So
Yeah, we
we're going
do.
to need everybody's support, man. We're going to need everybody's support, man. Make sure y'all like this video right now, man. Make sure y'all tapping that screen. You feel me?
Real for
Make
real.
sure if you got your phone up, you got your stuff, man. You on your TV, hop on your phone, like this video, man. Like the video, man. It's all good, though.
You can
know what
like
I'm
it on
saying?
the TV too.
You can like it on the TV?
Yeah.
Like it on the TV. Let's do it. Let's run those lights up, everybody. Let's run those lights up, man.
Let me know if y'all still want to watch this, man. Because shit, we already have 12 hours. You know, we're gonna end it right here, man.
But it's
Right
okay.
here.
And it's all right. And we
Shame
don't
on 'em.
care. Shame on them. Shame on them.
For real,
Shame
for
on them.